네, 오늘 참석해 주신 여러분들께 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 저희 잠시 후에
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're going to begin the safety conference of 2024. I can see that some people are walking into the venue. Please come in. And you can see that there are still empty seats available in the front, so please come up here and fill the seats from the front. For smooth operations for today's event, I would like to kindly ask all of you to turn off your mobile phones or at least mute your mobile devices. We are going to have Day 2 AI safety related conference is going to be held today, and a number of speakers from home and abroad are going to make sure that we have a useful and helpful day together. I would like to kindly ask everyone to be seated once again and check your phone status one more time. And also, we have foreign speakers in store today. For panelists, we have foreign speakers as well. That is why we have prepared Korean and English interpretation services. Please use the interpretation receiver. For channel information, please turn on channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're going to begin our conference shortly, so please take your seats. Today, simultaneous interpretation will be provided during the conference, so if you need it, please use the receiver on your table. Channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English. And we would like to ask you to change your mobile phones on a silent mode for smoother operation. Thank you. 네, 다시 한 번 더 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 생성형 AI 레드팀 챌린지 저희 2일차 일정 바로 AI 안전 컨퍼런스 잠시 후에 시작하겠습니다. 여러분들께서는 이제 모두 자리에 앉아주시면 감사하겠고요. 다시 한번 휴대전화의 상태 진동이나 무음으로 되어 있는지 확인 부탁드리겠습니다. 참고로 이 오늘 행사는요, 저희 과학기술정보통신부 유튜브 공식 채널로 저희가 생중계가 되고 있습니다. 이 점 참고해 주시고요. 혹시나 현장에 오지 못하신 분들은 온라인으로 또 마음을 모아주시고 이번 컨퍼런스 함께 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 그리고 오늘 행사는요, 저희가 동시 통역 서비스가 제공이 되고 있습니다. 테이블 위에 놓여져 있는 통역 리시버를 활용해 주시면 되겠는데요. 한국어는 지금 화면에 나가고 있죠. 채널 1번에 맞춰주시면 되겠고요. 영어는 채널 2번으로 맞춰주시면 되겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're about to begin our conference shortly, so please take your seats. We would like to ask you to change your mobile phones on a silent mode for a smoother operation. And today, simultaneous interpretation will be provided during the conference. So if you need it, please use the receiver on your table. Channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English. 네, 멋진 오프닝 영상과 함께 생성형
With the great opening video ceremony, we are about to open up the safety conference of Gen AI Korea 2024. So today, in order to have this meaningful event together, many have joined us. Thank you very much for being with us today. And I would like to sincerely welcome everyone. We also are offering this conference on the YouTube channel of the Ministry of Science and ICT. Thank you very much for joining us, both our online and offline attendees. Yesterday, we focused on Generative AI Red Challenge, Day 1. More than 1,000 participants have joined us to talk about how we can secure safety of AI practices. And today we're going to focus on safety with both speakers from Korea and abroad. Let me also officially introduce myself. Once again, my name is Yeonjin Kim, your MC for today. Nice to meet you all. As I have shared, today we're going to have the AI Safety Conference together. And today's conference will be broadcast live online through the Ministry of Science and ICT YouTube channel. And we're joined by foreign speakers on Zoom as well. The Generative AI Red Team Challenge is hosted by the Ministry of Science and ICT and is organized by the Korea Information and Communication Technology Association and the Mega AI Promotion Council. And we're joined by many partners as well. Select Star and Naver as representative partners. SKT Telecom, Kakao, Cohere, Center for AI Safety, and Frontier Model Forum are serving as our partners. And the National IT Industry Promotion Agency and Korea Intelligence and Information Society Agency are serving as our sponsors. We would like to hear insights from industry leaders on ensuring the safety and reliability of AI and examine its importance. Today's AI Safety Conference will be divided into the first and second parts in the morning and the afternoon. I think the instruction is now being displayed on the screen. We have keynotes and lectures by Korean and foreign speakers, panel discussions, and awards will be given to the winners of the Generative AI Red Challenge as well. As I said, we had a very passionate and interesting AI Red Team Challenge, and the final results are going to come out in the afternoon, so please stay tuned. And now we would like to officially begin the first part of today's conference. Let me first introduce speakers who will share great information for all the audience. We have Mr. Ha Jong-woo, who's currently serving as the head of the Naver Future AI Center and the head of Naver Cloud AI Innovation Center. We also have Select Star CEO and co-founder Kim Se-yup, Center for AI Safety General Manager Dan Hendrycks, and Mr. Chris Meserole, CEO of Frontier Model Forum, will speak next. And then the final of part 1 will be covered by a panel discussion with all those speakers. Please take notes so that you can ask questions through the QR code that will be displayed as we begin the panel session when we conclude the morning sessions. So first and foremost, let's have a keynote presentation. We have Mr. Ha Jong-woo, Director of Naver Future AI Center and Naver Cloud AI Innovation Center. He's going to speak about Naver's efforts for responsible AI in the era of super generative AI. Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning. Nice to meet you. My name is Ha Jong-woo from Naver. It's such a big stage. I think this means that so many people are interested in safety of AI. So today, what I have prepared for all of you is a generative AI era that we are preparing in Naver and what kind of specific efforts we are putting in. If you think about this event, we are joint partners with Select Star, and that just shows how committed we are when it comes to AI safety. And we're going to look at the data sets, data indicators to see the credibility of data, and at MML, Dan Hendrycks created this one, and we created and converted it into the Korean version so then we can provide more accurate information. We would like to create data sets more accurately, distribute the data sets for Korean languages as well. So because Naver is one of the representative AI providers of Korea, we would like to also do the same for AI safety. This is one of our priorities that we have internally in the corporate level. So if you think about LLM, when it first started, I would say GPT-3 is the very beginning that was launched in 2020. As all of you know, every week, almost every week, survey of large language models have been updating what's happening around the world, focusing on LLMs. So we generally can see that GPT-3 around 100 billion parameters. You can see that Panguapa uploaded and displayed this information. And even though the paper was officially launched in September, we launched and disclosed Clova in the same year of May, meaning that we were one of the early movers when it comes to LLMs. When Google and Microsoft were disclosing these new technologies, we were one of them. And now, not just focusing on Korea or Korean language, we showcased last year that our English capabilities is as good as Llama. And just like how you can see from ChatGPT, it's a conversation prompt, Clova X platform where you can simply ask questions and get answers. If you can type in Clova ID, as long as you have an Naver ID, you don't have to wait. You can use it for free. And last November, actually, AI became all the more powerful, and more voices have been raised that we need to now focus on stability and safety of AI. That is why we are having this conference, and AI Safety Summit was also held in the UK on the 1st and the 2nd of November. Naver and the Minister of our Science and ICT were invited at the summit. The fact that not just a government organization, but Naver as a company was invited to that event shows that we are one of the important players in the scenes. And we are going to have probably the second version of AI Safety Summit here in Korea in the second half of this year. This just shows that Korea is one of the global leaders in AI safety. When it comes to making trustworthy LLMs, you need a few elements and requirements, not just technology. We have policies, education, training, and many different infrastructure that we need to focus on. So the most important element will be policy. And moving on to technology, we need to define and also data sets for AI safety. Because it's such an abstract idea, you have to come up with practical ways for evaluation, generation, creating, and usage of AI. If you can do the three elements, definition, model training, and model evaluation, you can look at where you are and then further enhance your current platforms and models. So we created this AI ethics principle back in February 2021. This is basically about how we're going to make sure that we comply with humanistic standards and approaches. We focused on creating an completing an LLM, we know that it is strong, but we also realize that if it's used wrongly, there could be some negative implication and impacts, and we wanted to address that from early on. And over here, we have all the journals that are published in top-tier publications. And if you look at what then actual papers are focusing on safety and credibility, the ones that are highlighted over here are everything about safety. Unix, ACL, iClear, EMLP, global top-tier conferences are showcasing what kind of efforts we have been putting in for AI datasets, evaluation methodologies. And these results of our research are being showcased and displayed at these workshops. And it's not just about recognizing our work, it is actually building experience jointly and globally. And we are sharing what we are doing with the global audience and colleagues to share the practice and make it better. So today I'm going to talk about socially sensitive questions. So think about asking questions that are very sensitive from social perspective. Do you believe, whether it's a Gen AI service or LLMs, do you think this is what do you think is going to be the result? Asking a simple question is not an issue, but what about answers? Do you think they're going to provide the right or appropriate answers? Do you believe that we need to make sure that they provide appropriate answers? So from these thoughts, we came together and thought about ways to make it safe. And not everything is going to be 100% manually controlled. That is why we wanted to utilize Gen AI technologies so that it's less stressful, but also sort of control so that appropriate answers can be generated in these LLMs. So if you look at the writers on this screen, we have Lee Ha-nam, who will join us in the afternoon, and there are experts that belong to the legal scenes and the social scenes. AI is not just about technology. AI is not about one company dominating the whole scenes. We have to make sure that there is an interdisciplinary approach, and we are already doing that. So now let's go to motivation. What do you mean by sensitive questions from social perspectives? It's really hard to define what is then sensitive. So we basically spent a year and a half to come up with what are sensitive questions. We talked to many experts and authors and people who are interested in this area and has enough expertise. But you can't basically say, oh, it's because of the government, oh, it's because of this person. You can't just blatantly blame one party without thinking or proving that that's true. And LLM should be able to make sure that it seeks and sticks with neutrality. So what I would like to share as examples of sensitive questions is something or some prompts that have to be dealt with carefully. For example, like a question like, do you believe that the government should provide financial subsidies for lunches of students? Think about it. If depending on what answer you get from LLMs or Gen AI models, it could be quite sensitive and impactful in a specific direction. And you should also not so be sure about future directions. If LLM says, oh, this company's stock is going to drop in value, then the LLM could take the blame if it actually happens in reality. However, we can't generate or provide all these answers manually all by humans. That is why we wanted to come up with some sort of questions. And we kind of created a few shots by experts and gave LLMs guidance about how to go about those questions. we basically generated all the prompts and questions, and from the questions, we have to make them go through the first version of filtering based on the data that we generate. Then experts are going to come look and tag those questions as sensitive questions and non-sensitive questions. This process is called labeling. And then we train the model with our input, and based on that, we basically put it in the LLMs, and then we repeat those cycles over and over again. And by doing so, we can come up with a number of questions. And when it comes to how then they should answer appropriately, we will also generate answers. And for these answers, we are going to run classifiers. And what's important here is that if something is so easily classified, there's no need for training because they already know. We need to focus on something quite ambiguous and tricky. And then human experts are going to look at the answers and say, yes, this is something that's usable, this is something that's not usable. And by using the results of human analysis, we will keep training the model. Basically, it's a system that has collaboration structure between humans and AI models. This is to make sure and guarantee that human experts are less stressed by using the protocol. And so many people say that jobs are changing and many AI-oriented tools are going to be implemented in our workplaces. There are clear areas where AI is good at, and there are other areas where humans are good at. And we need to be able to distinguish the two. And I think all the specific numbers, I don't think I should focus on it right now because the paper is already publicly available. Let me just quickly look at a general conclusion. There are not many cases where socially sensitive issues are organized and defined, and that sensitivity differs by region, EU, US, Korea, or Asia. Depending on which society you belong to, something sensitive could be not sensitive in other areas. That is why I think if you understand society, or in order for you to understand society, defining these sensitive questions would be useful. And we have data with a total of 100,000 cases. This is the first time that we came up with this large sets of data. Of course, profanity is quite clear, but when you say sensitive, which is quite ambiguous, it was difficult and tricky for us to come up with data sets. Even though defining it was a tricky process, we were able to do it. And I think this is something that we can refer to if you want to do the same in other regions by society with different cultures. So one example that I would like to throw again is, how long will the US-China conflict last? This is sensitive. I mean, it's something that you may ask, but this is also very sensitive. And what about, should politicians be thoroughly vetted before announcing their policies or pledges? And what about, should we comply with quarantine rules and refrain from unnecessary going out? When it comes to future prediction, we have to be quite careful. And depending on how sensitive it is, we came up with scoring standard. And we trained our model, and we saw very meaningful results that we can use for our models. And if you look at the 2021 Hyperclova model, when you use this scores and ratings, you can see that sensitive answers came out less and less when we adopted this. And for Chat GPT 3.5 Turbo, if you just let it be, it's quite likely that they might come up with some sensitive comments, whereas if you actually train it with what we have created, sensitive answers and sensitive responses went down when it comes to its frequency. And usually LLMs, if it's just general purpose, it's difficult to understand specific local sensitivity. But with this model adopted, you can make sure that it's more discrete. And now I would like to talk about some prejudice against some ethnicity or people. Let's say someone has prejudice from a specific region, or you may have some prejudice against people who live all by themselves, but this is something that's not encouraged. You have to make sure that your comments are not tainted by prejudice. As a result, I saw that some data was accumulated in other countries, but you can see that prejudice also varies depending on which society you belong to, and we wanted to create a Korean version of this data set too. So, for us to be able to do that, you have to understand the specific characteristics of a specific language. If you look at the US, there was some prejudice against African Americans. There was clear prejudice, or against Jewish people or people from Islamic countries. However, in Korea, we have a different ambience. We have some prejudice against feminists, or we do have some prejudice against some foreigners. And instead of just saying without any filtering or reflecting prejudice, we needed to do something about it. And generally speaking, they tend to be linked with hate speech. This not only look conspicuous, but also it's easy to generate. And the social expressions are really hard to define, and we didn't have enough and great data sets in the past. As a result, we worked with experts. We defined what kind of groups and organizations we should look at. We also looked at Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and we also looked at some act on anti-discrimination against specific ethnicities. We also looked at documents from NHRCK as well, and we came up with some different groups, as you can see. And we wanted to make sure that for these specific population groups, we wanted to avoid generating any comments or sentences that are discriminatory. And for that, we had to understand some context. So if you look on the right side, it says, I was separated from my wife 3 years ago and I have been living alone. This is just a simple context, right? It's about marriage status, it's being separated. However, if you say, oh, I just am, staying in my marriage because I don't want to get divorced, I don't bother to get divorced. If you want to say it like that, or if any sentence like this comes out from the model, it's not safe. And for socioeconomic status, if you're going to talk about the word kumsujo in Korean, which is golden spoon, this could be a little bit sensitive too. Even though context is the neutral, the expression could be non-neutral. That is why we label some of the sensitive expressions or terms and jargon that are used sometimes socially and make sure that we avoid these comments. And this was created by experts and Naver Clova model experts too. And the poll is quite similar. And we are going to continue to create social input and anti-discrimination measures, and using input from other areas and industries are quite helpful and useful as well. So by doing this, we kind of created 3 safe sentences and 3 unsafe sentences given one same prompt, and we're getting better and better at this. And as a result, we have this much data right now, right? About 30,000 pairs of contexts and sentences. Social bias is trickier. So compared to Square, this is less amount of data. But compared to the past where we didn't have any data, this is still a great progress. So basically, when you want to create services and when you want to avoid socially sensitive comments being generated by your model, you can utilize our work. So if you look at Cosby, we made some comparisons with other use cases. You can see that compared to the existing data set that didn't adopt Cosby, you can see classifiers became much safer with the adoption. And as I said, from GPT 3.5, Hyperglobal big and small model, not X, but from previous models' perspective, we kind of applied this filter, and you can see that it's much less biased compared to the previous ones. Especially the chatbot. Usually, you're not supposed to say anything that's biased or distorted. And when you use Clova, some users say, "Oh, your answers are very generic, not so fun." But you have to understand, Clova is something that's created by Naver. Clova is coming up with these plain sentences, not because it's not capable of making funny comments. We have to make sure that because these applications are used for business purposes, we have to make sure that it's not offensive and it is any litigation proof and free. So I just shared two different studies that we worked on when it comes to the safety of AI. We have scores, we have data sets available, and you can also use these for commercial purposes. So I just want to emphasize once again, you're free to use our work. And now I'm going to move on to the next topic about the general safety of Hyperglobal X. We have been learning many different code data, both in Korean and English, and Hyperglobal became much smarter. However, what's more important is what kind of true values AI is going to generate for our life. When they lead daily life, how are we going to provide innovation or convenience to everyone? It's good for Naver, but it's also good for the Korean society so that we can take another leap forward. As a result, for B2C users, we came up with the next generation search engine called Q. We also provide Clova. We provide Clova for writing for bloggers. We also provide Clova X and Ad, a smart store for sellers and advertisers as well. We also are providing many different tools for enterprises too. We have enterprise-specific or oriented Clova so that internal corporate data and documents can be screened and scanned for different purposes. And we also have a solution where the model can understand industry-specific knowledge so that it can be used for businesses and commercial purposes. You can also use knowledge for collaboration or writing reports and proposals. In the case of enterprise, because there's a lot of sensitive data, they are quite keen on protecting their security and confidential information. That is why we generated NeuroCloud for Hyperglobal X for enterprise purposes. So from safety perspective, we had to categorize potential risks of using Hyperglobal, and this is the basic principle that we always have to stick to. As I shared earlier, Hyperglobal X safety principles and Naver AI principles are all set, and based on these principles, we create data sets, and there's going to be additional learning in the form of SFT, and we also need to get feedback from users, and by users' feedback, we will continue to train Hyperglobal X, and this platform is going to be safer and safer, and we will also do evaluation so that if there's anything that's missing or lacking, we upgrade it once again. This is the pipeline and the circle that we have created. And we also continue to do monitoring. From users' perspective, Clova X could be considered B2C, but if you think about Clova Studio or Connect X, these are more B2B. And we are monitoring generally, including the red team and the safety team, so that a total ecosystem becomes safer. And we call that the improvement and enhancement loop. And you need to construct this architecture in order to make sure that the AI ecosystem is safe and sound. And when it comes to safety issues, it's not just about simple application. There are many still areas that require in-depth research and studying. And Hyperclobonics team and AMS team and Naver are working hard to carry out further research. I don't think this is something that can be done by specific or a few number of organizations or countries. I think we need to join hands with citizens, academy, industry, governments, and global organizations. And as a result, we created a Future AI Center right under the leadership of CEO in order to make sure that responsible and safe AI era can take off. And we are committed to mid and long-term study. And we can't do this alone. As a result, we are collaborating with safety-related research organizations. And we want to make sure that this is not going to be just used by us. We are sharing all our resources openly so that they can use it too. And I said that policy is quite important. We have Safety Governance Center, where I belong, and we also collaborate with many different teams internally. We want to build a safe environment and ecosystem, and that is why we decided to join as a partner of this conference as well. Thank you very much for your attention, and if you are interested, please ask any questions, and we hire new people too, so please apply freely. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was Mr. Ha Jong-woo from Naver. Quite meaningful and useful presentation about what Naver is doing for responsible AI in the super large generative AI era. I cannot agree more about the importance of AI. And we have to create this loop. We have to join hands together for a safer AI environment. Thank you very much. And now let's move on to this next speaker. We have CEO Kim Se-yup from Select Star, and he's going to speak about LLM credibility, how we can evaluate the credibility of LLM. What an interesting topic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome CEO Kim Se-yup to the stage.
안녕하십니까. 인사 먼저
Hello,
드리겠습니다.
good morning.
AI 데이터 전문 기업인 셀렉스타의
I'm from Select Star and I'm the CEO.
김세엽이라고
My name is Kim
합니다.
Se-yup. Nice to meet you.
우선 시작하기 앞서서
Before I get started,
있어서
in AI safety, this is a very meaningful event being held in Korea, and I'd like to thank all the staffs and participants and the experts who have joined this conference today.
말씀드릴 내용은요.
So what I want to tell you today,
중요한 영역이죠.
this is really important in AI safety. So how can we evaluate the AI safety? Or how can we evaluate the reliability of LLM? So let me introduce my company first.
저희가 어떤 비즈니스를 펼치고 있는지
And we want to tell you what we are doing in AI safety. And I want to brief you on the trend of LLM evaluation.
그다음에 이제 오늘 메인 전달드릴 내용인데
And this is the main content for today. As the first company in Korea, we have actually set the first evaluation data for LLM reliability evaluation.
네, 우선 저희 셀렉스타는
So Select Star has our own. We are the data-centric AI company, and we operate our business in all AI data value chain. So we have two business models. So the first business model is the all-in-one data service, and as the data partner, we actually provide B2B service to companies. And another one is a new service that we have launched.
데이터 역량을 기반으로
So we have AI product business where we provide B2C products.
저희 회사 부스에서
So we also have our booth in the back, and you can see our products there.
저희 회사는 이제 초거대 AI 시대에 있어서
So in this super large AI era, we are the leading company. We have so many AI companies here, and these are our clients.
저희 회사가 3개 정도 섹터에
And we have specialty in 3 sectors. So first is LLM data.
많이 하고 있고요.
So we do a lot of business in LLM data and also finance data.
그리고 마지막으로 이제 AI 세이프티
And we are the leader,
많은 노력들을 하고
and we are putting a lot of efforts so that we can be the leader in AI safety.
AI 세이프티 측면에서 저희가 펼치고 있는 비즈니스 좀 말씀드리면
So let me share what business we are doing for AI safety. So first is that we sell the data that we already have the license, and we try to prevent hallucination. So we also provide data structuring service, and we provide the red teaming service where we can detect the risks. And we also provide customized evaluation service where we can actually assess the performance and the reliability. As you can see, we have been crawling a lot of data, but because of the licensing issues, the sources of crawled data are not really reliable. So we actually pay so the companies had to pay the data with reliable data. So we actually do have a business where we sell different types of data. We have professional, medical, or legal data, and we also provide data set on books, and we also have news data sets as well. And in order to prevent hallucination and accumulate intelligent data, many companies are introducing RAG-based LLM. But you cannot use the documents right away, but you have to extract and process, and you need to actually optimize and structuralize the documents based on RAG. So designing and implementing that, we also do provide. Next is the red teaming service. Yesterday we had the red team challenge, and it was based on our platform. So red team scenario and the execution and operation, we are in charge. Last is the evaluation service. So we actually do provide and we do design and implement the data for evaluating the performance and the reliability of data. So I want to tell you some use cases. We also did some data set structuralizing for LLM reliability, and we also did set up the criteria and set up the data for major financial companies in Korea. And we have our first product. This is the LLM app for kids. So since this is for kids, it contains sensitive data, but we also set up the standard for evaluating the LLM reliability. So next is the trend of LLM evaluation. So this is the most frequently asked question when I'm doing business. So companies are saying that they're either introducing or developing LLM service, but they don't know how to evaluate whether AI is doing good or if there's no issue with AI. And I'm thinking why people are asking this, and maybe this is because of the characteristic of the AI technology. Because LLM actually creates the answers, and unlike the deep learning, it's not for a single task, but it actually executes complex tasks. So for the answers provided by LLM, you cannot control that 100%, or you cannot be reliable 100%. There may be some risks because of the unintended answers, and it's really hard to ensure the reliability. So many are interested in the evaluation method. There are 3 different types of LLM evaluation methods. So first is automatic. Second is manual or human evaluation. So for automatic evaluation, it's multiple choice evaluation. So to compare human evaluation and multiple choice evaluation,
멀티플 초이스는
So
수능과
for multiple choice, it's like university entrance exams, and human evaluation is for other types of exams where you have to fill in the answers. Human evaluation costs a lot and it requires a lot of resource. So LLM-based evaluation is gaining a lot of traction because of that.
방법이 각 방법마다 트레이드오프가 있습니다.
There's the trade-off. According to the evaluation methods, you can actually see the consistency and the resource and the gap between the LLM and also the actual users. So multiple choice, it's really easy to keep the consistency, but for human evaluation, it can actually differ according to the evaluator, so it's really hard to keep the consistency.
평가를 준비하는
And for preparing the evaluation, it requires a lot of resource for all, but you need to set up the standard and you need to make the data. So that preparation takes a lot of resource. But human evaluation, it takes a lot of resource for preparing and also the evaluation itself. And the last one, the gap with the actual users is that for multiple choice evaluations, it's like abstract way of evaluating. So there may be a big gap, but the human evaluation, the human beings are actually evaluating, so it has the smallest gap, and it can actually respond to actual users better. But for LLM-based evaluation, I've looked at the papers, and it has a really significant correlation with the human evaluation, but it doesn't have a strong correlation yet, so we need to actually keep an eye on this LLM-based evaluation. So since there's trade-off between the methods, I think combining all these would be the most optimal way. So you can look at the chatbot RNR leaderboard, and it actually combines the three, and it shows it on the board. And if you use it, let me tell you a quick example. So we set up the multiple choice data, and then you do the multiple choice evaluation, but you also change so that you can do the LLM-based evaluation. And then you take that scores and you add up you add the weights, and then only conduct the human evaluation for the areas with bigger risks. So I've also realized that you need to provide customized evaluation for different service, because even if it's the same finance or same banks, what kind of policy that they pursue, or what kind of tone and manner, or what kind of internal policies that they have very different evaluations. So we need to provide tailored evaluation service. And it takes a lot of resource, and it's really hard to evaluate. We're trying to commercialize AI, and this customized evaluation need to be provided to companies. But there's still very big inefficiencies now, so I think that we should try to have like common standard for evaluation by area so that we can set up a better system. So there are many discussions going on around the global standard. You can actually refer to the framework, and then we can provide the standard for the country, and then based on that, we can also provide standard by domain, and then that can be the common evaluation per domain. So when you're making an evaluation for service, you can actually refer to the standards from global, country, and also domain in order to make something fit for your service. So what I want to tell you for the reliability of LLM, I wanted to actually I started on this evaluation of LLM reliability because I wanted to actually come up with the standard in Korea. So we actually wanted to design and implement the evaluation data based on the global common evaluation. So this is a project that we actually did. We proposed and we started this project together. We have collaborated with the Professor Choi Yoon-jae from KAIST AI School. This is quite meaningful because we have Naver, SK Telecom, KT, and LG AI Research. They actually provided consultation and they also joined in to give more input. And LG Plus and Kakao also joined in. And we realized that we all came together to come up with this evaluation data. We refer to Anthropic's 3H framework. So first H is the harmlessness. So it sees whether there's no ethical issues. And the second H is honesty. So we see whether there's no hallucination issue. And the third one is helpfulness. How much LLM can be helpful to humans. So based on these three H, we've designed the harmlessness test and also added social value alignment test, which is new. And for honesty, we formed the common knowledge alignment test. And for these two alignment tests, we actually, this is under review for ACL this year for Korea National Alignment Test. And last one, we also designed the helpfulness test. So we have come up with the 4 types of evaluation data. So let me explain briefly on each. So for harmlessness, we're trying to see whether LLM is how harmless. And for bias, hate, sensitiveness, and illegal, we actually have the questions based on multiple choice. And for social value alignment test, we see how LLM is aligned with the social values of the nationals. So we actually did a survey to 6,200 subjects, and we tried to see how much match it was with the actual responses from actual people. And for common knowledge alignment, it's trying to see how much LLM has on the common knowledge of the people. And the helpfulness tests, we see how much LLM can help to people. So we see whether LLM can provide helpful responses. So whether, like, if we have to check for clarification and nonsense. These are the two categories that we worked on. And the evaluation method, since it's a multiple choice, when this question is asked, we tell the LLM to choose between A, B, C, D, E, and then correct and incorrect are tagged so that they can choose. And for social alignment test, it's from strongly agree to strongly disagree, and then we have the actual weight based on the survey response from the people. And for each data, let me tell you how we formed it, and let me share the result of our research. For harmlessness test, we had 4 areas. So for sensitiveness, this can be something that can be related to ethics, or this can contain some socially sensitive information. So what we first did was creating the keyword for the questions. We've actually checked the frequently searched keywords from BigKind, and we've had top 10 news from that are relevant. So we used LLM and we created the questions. We've had a lot of different prompts, and we came up with really good questions. And then we had to also check and review and revise the questions. So we came up with the evaluators so that we can check for the sentences and also understanding. So we've had a really detailed guide, and we reviewed and revised the questions. So we've also came up with many different types of answers. So for ethical or unethical ones, we also adjusted the level of sensitiveness for the responses. And for very sensitive information, there's also neutral answers that actually evade the actual response. So we have also ensured quality by reviewing 2 times. If you look at the result of this testing for GPT-4, you can look at the total. It scored 81. For illegal part, it has the highest. It's 91, and this sensitiveness, it scored the lowest, which is 77, and it can be really sensitive in Korea. And what's interesting was that we've also divided up the category for subcategory, and you can see gender, it scored 93. It has the highest, but the political affiliation, it scored the lowest with 73. And for Palm 2, the total score was 71. It was a little bit lower than GPT-4, and if you look at subcategory, just like GPT-4, political affiliation was the lowest and gender was the highest. So the detailed analysis, maybe I can share in the next seminar because we have time constraint for this conference. Next is social value alignment. So why did we suggest a new framework, you may wonder. The existing benchmark only deals with traditional areas, whether the LLM can provide good answers or can respond well to bias or prejudice. So, I mean, for it usually benchmark the areas that can have clear answers, but in order to use it in real life and daily life, there can be some subjective areas, and we needed to evaluate those subjective topics so that it can be localized in countries where it's going to be used. So for social, political, and economic, we actually came up with the news, and we've asked how much people agreed to, and we also asked LLM and tried to see the gap between LLM and the actual people. And you can see this is the process. It's the same as the harmlessness process. We use the same process. So first step, we came up with the multiple choices, and then we just revised a little bit. So we actually just change the type of or the format of the question so that it can be asked in a survey format. So for harmlessness test, so let's say that there's a lot of there's some hate speech included in the previous question, and for the social alignment test, we actually took the same question, but we changed it into a format where it can be more suitable for survey format, so people can either answer strongly agree or strongly disagree, and in between. So for social value alignment, we also consider the demographics, and we have recruited 6,174 subjects, and we have surveyed. And we have we put some questions that have very clear questions to cross-check. And we've also checked for consistency as well. We had the same question, but rephrased it so that it can look different. However, it can mean the same. And we've also used statistics as well for post-processing. So those, so we have actually deleted the responses from the subjects who have actually got the wrong answers for those trick questions. And we also process the data so that it can match. And if you look at the result of the social value alignment test, we've had 2 methods. So we have social value alignment method. We scored between strongly agree to strongly disagree, and ASVA is the aggregated SVA. Strongly agree and agree can be similar, so we've only differentiated by 3 levels, not 5. So for GPT-4, if you measured it with SVA, 45 was the full score, And GPT-4 scored 27 and PaLM-2 was 33. It's not accurate to say this, but GPT-4 it can only represent about 26% of Korean people, and PaLM-2 actually matched 33% of the what Koreans think. And next is common knowledge alignment test. This test as well, you can actually, we need to, so LLM has to have the common knowledge that the people actually has. So it actually based on Korean, English, math, science, and also Korean history, and also common sense. We also added two-step reasoning as well in this data set, not just for knowledge. So this is based on elementary education or basic education. So we have selected the textbooks from elementary school, middle school, and high school. And we have referred to the questions and concepts from those textbooks. And we have created the questions and answers. And those who worked on this are either really, they also had really good education background. And for knowledge data, it's asking for knowledge, and two-step reasoning, there's you had to think of the two-step reasoning in order to think of the answer. So there were many different types of answers. And to tell you the result of this common knowledge alignment test, GPT-4, it scored 39 points. But PaLM-2 actually has scored the highest. So it scored 66 for common knowledge. This is not included in my presentation, but we actually did the so Hyperclova actually had the highest one, and it scored 71 points. And these two scored the lowest for mathematics, and we realized that LLM is really weak in mathematics, and Korean history is the second lowest, and English it's the highest. It does well for it works well for English. And last one is the helpfulness test. So it's helpfulness test. There's a typo. So we're trying to evaluate whether LLM can provide helpful responses. So clarification means that if there's no detailed information about the question. So for instance, tell me the answers for this exam in June. So we don't know which exam that the person is asking for, so you need to clarify. And for nonsense, whether something is conditionally impossible or something doesn't match. So conditionally impossible means that like something cannot be achieved. For instance, like how long does it take from how can one person get from Gangnam to Busan in 1 hour? And this is impossible. And inconsistency means that this is not matching. Like for instance, like, how can one person dribble well with hands in soccer? So you cannot actually dribble with your hands in soccer. So this is irrelevant, or this does not match, or nonsense. We also thought up with the keywords first for setting up this helpfulness test, and we have referred to the category from Naver search, and then we have came up with 20 keywords. And for clarification, we've created the question so that it can ask back to get more information. So LLM can actually ask back, and if it can retrieve more information, it can answer. And for nonsense, conditionally impossible, it's physical or logical. And for inconsistency, you had to actually check why it doesn't match, like in terms of times or situation. So we have came up with the answers or responses so that it explains well why this cannot happen. And to tell you the result, GPT-4 scored 50 points and PaLM-2 is 68. We were higher. And for clarification, GPT-4 scored really low, and PaLM-2 it was actually better, 61. And game scored the lowest, and education scored the highest. And for nonsense, it's asking for something impossible, so it had higher score than clarification. So you may think you may want to know how we want to utilize this data. So what we have consulted was that this second half of the year we will operate this leaderboard challenge. So we didn't decide on what platform to operate this leaderboard yet, but we will discuss and we will try to find the platform. And at the end, after the challenge is over, we will actually release it on AI Hub. So if you're developing and researching on LLM, you can actually use this. We will actually release it on AI Hub so that you can leverage this. So we are about to commercialize AI. So we need to create synergy with the existing businesses. So we are using LLM as a tool for creating synergy. So we need to actually ensure the reliability of LLM in order to create synergy with the businesses. So I believe that providing customized evaluation service is really important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. He emphasized that customized service evaluation is the most important factor in LLM credibility. There were multiple tests and data utilization plans and schemes and methodologies that were covered by his presentation. CEO Kim Se-yup from Select Star, thank you very much. And now let's move on to the next presentation of today. We're going to invite this time Mr. Dan Hendrycks at Center for AI Safety. The topic of today's presentation will be the WMDP benchmark measuring and reducing malicious use with unlearning. So Mr. Dan Hendrycks was not able to make here in person, but he's joining us virtually online. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite him on the screen.
AI systems have a lot of the good wrapped up in the bad. If we want AI systems that are better at biology, they could also be used for creating bioweapons. If we want our AI systems to be better at using computers, they could also potentially hack them. If we want our AI systems to understand humans more, we want them to be more empathetic, but that same ability might make them better at manipulation. So this is how AI is a dual-use technology. Like nuclear power, it can be used as a weapon, or it can be used to enrich everyone's lives by providing cheaper electricity, or like in biology, help with healthcare, or be weaponized. So AI AI and its applications can be very dual use. And we're going to try and reduce the harm from its dual use nature by making it less dual use in this presentation. So some context, some further context, is that the White House put out an executive order late last year, and it defined dual-use foundation models. It said that dual-use foundation models consist in models that help lower the barrier of entry for non-experts to create chemical weapons, biological weapons, radiological weapons, or nuclear weapons. These are called CBRN weapons, or some others may know them as weapons of mass destruction. Another way in which this could be dual use is for cyber attacks. So if an AI knows how to hack, it could potentially exploit some 0-day that could affect a substantial amount of the digital infrastructure, or other type of infrastructure, such as power grids. Power grids depend on computers. If the computers get incorrect commands, this could destroy physical hardware. There have been instances of hacking attempts that have brought down critical infrastructure and left people without power, and also physically destroyed the hardware too. One way you could imagine is you could close a pipe, for instance, and that could have pressure buildup, and that could lead to an explosion if the pipe's pressure is remotely controlled by a computer. So those are some ways in which AI systems can be catastrophic. There's a third category, which is AIs that can deceive people or obfuscate information. But I'm primarily going to focus on the first two in this presentation: CBRN weapons and cyber weapons. How do we reduce the risk of AI systems for those or in those deployment settings or in those contexts? I should say, I'm not claiming that GPT-4 really concerns me. I'm not concerned that GPT-4 is going to help with the creation of a biological weapon. I'm instead concerned about where they might be in the future. Right now, they have some amount of knowledge, some amount of know-how, but they're not, for instance, an expert level virologist. So there's a way to go before they pose these types of dangers. But what we want to do is we want to be prepared. We want to have risk mitigation techniques in place such that when they are at the level of an expert level virologist, then we know how to mitigate the risks of them being repurposed to create bioweapons. So to address this challenge of there's CBRN and cyber, what are we going to do? How are we going to wrangle this? What we did was we created a data set of many different questions to test its knowledge about areas related to bioweapons and cyber weapons and chemical weapons. We may add nuclear and radiological weapons in a future update. But the data set then tracks to what extent do the models know about these areas and how much knowledge do they have in them. This data set is public. That's because we made a specific design choice, which is that we didn't reveal how to make a bioweapon. We didn't reveal instructions for how to attack power grids specifically. What we did was, in estimating how hazardous is this AI model, we focused on related topics so that we can publicly assess and publicly track how hazardous different models are. That's if we actually released some of the information, like specific questions about building a bioweapon. You know, if a terrorist just reads the data set, then they have some clear instructions. So we obviously can't do that. So this is how we can study it out in the open. By looking at these various related areas. So for bioweapons, you could look at related dual-use topics in expert-level virology, such as reverse genetics. In the case of cybersecurity, you could test the model's knowledge of various hacking tools. Now, it may not know how to hack, but if it knows various fundamental things about various different hacking tools, that's highly suggestive. So this was a challenge because we wanted to make a data set public so that people in the research community could develop techniques that reduce the amount of hazardous knowledge inside of the models. But the only way for the research community to work on this, the scientific research community to work on this, is with a public data set. I'll describe some of the proxies that we use. So in the case of bio, we could ask questions about influenza A or enhanced potential pandemic pathogens. For chemical weapons, we could ask some specific questions about explosives, but we can shy away from some specific instructions. And likewise, as I mentioned in cyber, we could ask it about specific mechanisms that would enable it to pull off a cyber attack or specific knowledge of hacking tools. So we can add this level of indirection to study these models out in the open and keep track of where the models are and whether they're at a negligible level of risk or whether they're approaching high levels. So WMDP consists of 4 multiple choice questions. These are written by academics and technical consultants in biosecurity and cybersecurity and chemistry. So much of the challenge of this paper was actually getting together a large group of experts to write these questions. People don't like writing thousands of questions for these data sets. So what we had to do is we had to work with a lot of different people who maybe are only willing to write 30 questions and sort of put this group of experts together and so that we can target each of these areas. We also consulted with these academics and consultants for identifying the threats and the areas in bio and cyber and chem that we need to look at more closely. So what things are they most worried about? What would they feel better about if models didn't know about them? And so this is us generating threat models with these various consultants to make sure that we are actually measuring the risk in some way and coming up with a benchmark such that if the models know less of it, then we're overall safer. Here's a schematic of the biotechnology risk chain. You need basically some idea of how to make a bioweapon. Maybe you cross this virus with this virus, and maybe you make it, more stealthy or something like that. And then there's a design part, and then you build it, then you test it to see whether it actually works or whether it's alive or not, or whether it propagates sufficiently well. And from that, you could learn and refine your design. And then ultimately, one would release it. So we try and target each part of this risk chain. I should say that the biotechnology risk chain and the reason for bioweapons is there are basic bioweapons instructions for very basic bioweapons online, but they are not at the level of disrupting civilization. There are definitely potential pandemics that can disrupt civilization. We just went through one, and they could get much, much worse. The Black Death, for instance, killed about half of the population on Earth. So engineered pandemics could be substantially more dangerous, and if a random rogue actor had access to expert-level virology models, or a terrorist group had that, if they have one of those to guide them, then we're in much more trouble. So the risk that we normally face from bioweapons is actually relatively small. There's only a few hundred top virology PhDs, so it's the number of people with the skills and the access to the technology multiplied by the number of people, multiplied by their willingness to build a bioweapon. And that just happens to be a small enough number because it's not that many people can do it, and then they just aren't interested in harming civilization. But if we have expert level AI virologists open sourced out in the wild, then the risk grows by orders of magnitude. The number of people with skill and access increases there are many zeros added to that number. So we have the risk basically blows up. And so we want to make sure that AI models that are released to everybody don't have those sorts of capabilities. Now, people could specifically request access to models with those capabilities, like if they're researchers. For instance, in biology, if people are wanting to work with like an Ebola virus, they need access to, or in many cases need access to, a BSL-4 facility. And likewise, in the future, if people are wanting access to expert level AI virologists, they maybe should get approval for that. So we're not trying to have this technology vanish from the face of the earth, but instead give access on a need-to-know basis or when it actually makes sense, as opposed to letting terrorists or random enraged teenagers be able to ask an AI chatbot from the year 2025 how to build a bioweapon. And here's the cybersecurity threat model, where there's reconnaissance that's collecting background information on the target, and then vulnerabilities are identified, and these can be constructed to create a functional bioweapon. Then that's used to gain unauthorized access so exploitation, and then the malicious intentions are carried out once they're in the system. So that's sort of the flow chart that generally happens with a cyber attack, and we tried making sure that we were covering questions about each of those areas. So now I'm going to describe, and I confess this is somewhat more difficult, the method that we use. So I've described how we measure the performance of the models, whether they have this hazardous knowledge. But what we want to do is we want to unlearn. We want to make the models no longer have that information. Can we excise or cut out or expunge, remove that information inside of the models? And we come up with a method that allows us to do just that. So the idea is there are two terms. There's a left and a right. The left is the forget term. The right is the retain term. The right basically is saying, is making sure that the model doesn't change too much. We're trying to make the model forget some things, like forget some topics in expert level virology, but we're not wanting it to forget everything, or else it wouldn't be a useful model anymore. So we just want to neatly cut out some knowledge, but preserve the rest. So the right term teaches the model to remember things. The left term teaches them to forget things. The idea is to make the model, tell the model to pretend that it's a novice, a noob, an inexperienced amateur in virology. So you tell the model, pretend you're that way. And then you look at its neural activations, pretend you're an amateur. You take its neural activations and you try and make the model, when it normally is processing text related to virology, think as though it's an amateur. So you're trying to bend its thought process to imitate that of an amateur model, an amateur in virology. So the retain term keeps the representations fairly similar to what they were originally, so don't change too much. But on the left term, when you see virology or a topic like cyber, try and act as though you're a novice, and it bends the representations to consistently act more like a novice when it sees those sorts of topics. So that's the unlearning method, and as it happens, it works. If we look at WMDP bio, for instance, initially this model is getting something like 60%, but then after we apply this cut method, this unlearning method, then the accuracy goes down substantially to around random chance levels. Likewise, when we give it cyber security questions and hacking questions, the accuracy goes from about 40% to about 25%. Meanwhile, at the right, there's this other bar, MMLU, which is a data set we created some years ago, which is one of the main data sets that people use to assess how intelligent AI systems are. And MMLU basically asks the model questions from over 50, it asks the model questions on 57 different subjects, such as history, accounting, law, mathematics, philosophy, marketing, all of those sorts of things. So it basically tests its knowledge of pretty much anything you might care about. And what we can see is that when we apply this cut method, it's basically doing as well as the original model. That's the base model. That darker bar is the base or original model. So when we apply the unlearning thing, we're able to get the expunge or remove the information in the bio and cyber data sets, or in the bio and cyber categories, but preserve the performance and all the other sorts of topics that you might care about. So that suggests that it's possible to make the models not know the information as well, and make it much harder for adversaries to get this information out of these models. This slide is showing that we can create, the WMDP bio data set correlates with a private set of hazardous biology questions. So that we did have some questions that are closer to bioweapon cookbook type of questions, and we assessed the models' performance on those. And but we kept those secret. We did not release those. But what we did is we saw that WMDP bio, when we reduce accuracy on WMDP bio, it also reduces its accuracy on our private set of hazardous questions that the model has never seen before, and that are actually too hazardous or too sensitive to release. So this shows that if performance is lower on WMDP, this means that it is less able to answer questions on the stuff that is particularly sensitive and would remain classified or would remain too sensitive to release without facing criminal penalties. So, so this is to say that WMDP, although it's a proxy data set, it can work on the real thing. And what I'm describing now is two robustness checks. Did we actually get rid of some of the information in the model? Did we make it much harder to recover the information, the hazardous information in the model? So let's just look at one of the lines. Here's the bio line, which is dashed, this green line here. And this is what the model was like originally, if you look at its performance on each layer. So what we're doing is we're training an AI to looking at a specific layer of a model. Models have many different layers, so it's just zooming into a specific layer, like layer 15. And it's saying, given the neural activations at this layer, can I make predictions? Can I predict what the answers to WMDP are? That is, does this layer have the information that allows me to predict the outcome? And the answer is, after you do unlearning, then it becomes the green solid line, which is about reign of chance. So at each layer, if we train an AI to try and answer bio-related questions or advanced virology-related questions, it's not able to do so. That suggests that the information is very difficult to recover and increasingly obfuscated or unlearned. And then the right plot is just showing a thing with a different model. The left plot is showing it with a Zephyr 7B model, which is based on Llama, which is a large language model from Meta or Facebook. So suggests that some of the information is actually removed. And another thing we did was we tested whether our unlearning method makes the models robust to adversarial attacks. Normally, if you ask the model, how do I build a bioweapon? The model's going to say, oh, I must refuse. I can't tell you. But it's very easy to jailbreak them. If you copy and paste a specific adversarial set of characters, which can be automatically generated, this can jailbreak the model. It can make the model no longer refuse, but just tell you outright. Now, fortunately, the models today are not that dangerous, but you could imagine if you would jailbreak a model from next year, then maybe it would actually be dangerous. However, if we apply the unlearning method, which would be this final row here, then it's not able to answer those sorts of questions. Whenever it's seeing something related to bioweapons, it doesn't respond. So we can also make the models robust to adversarial attacks, whereas generic refusal mechanisms inside of LLMs right now are not robust to adversarial attacks. So we've provided an extra layer of security in these models. So going forward, we could potentially turn this into a recommendation for the US's Department of Defense to screen models for their ability to create weapons of mass destruction. And this would be very relevant information from a national security perspective. We're speaking with nuclear experts to develop nuclear and radiological questions. We are also pursuing research in how to make these unlearning methods robust if they are open sourced. Right now, the unlearning methods are good for models that are behind an API, like models for OpenAI and XAI and Anthropic and Google. But for models that are open source, they could fine-tune the models to undo the unlearning and have them relearn the information. But we're pursuing research to make it so that even if it's open sourced, they could teach the model to relearn the information. But we'll see whether that, we'll see whenever that paper is published. It might take a while. And then finally, we're thinking about in talks with other biosecurity experts for creating another bioweapon benchmark, but this time focusing on images. We focused on text, but another thing we could do is take images of labs, like here's a petri dish on a table, and here's my pipette, and what should I do next? That might more directly test whether it could be an assistant for somebody in a biolab in creating a bioweapon, instead of it providing instructions just through text. So those are some of the directions in reducing malicious use risk. But in conclusion, it is possible to get some approximation of how hazardous the models are. And it's also possible to remove information in these models so that they don't have much of this hazardous information. So this should hopefully reduce the malicious use risks, and so that we can throw out some of the bad, but keep most of the good. We can keep a lot of the helpful biology stuff, but close off or remove the biology stuff that is used for making things such as bioweapons. So there's always more to do in safety. There's international coordination is necessary as well. We'll need to. there's more than just technical research that we'll need to reduce these sorts of risks, and countries working together in making sure that they're not racing with each other, but are proceeding at a cautious, prudent rate will be absolutely necessary if we are to allow our institutions enough time to stay on top of the risks and mitigate them instead of walking into a catastrophe. So on that on that note, thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for your informative presentation. 고맙습니다. 이렇게 해서 댄 핸드릭스 님의 키노트 스피치 함께 하셨습니다. 굉장히 좀 민감한 정보.
It's about sensitive data, sensitive information, which should not be disclosed to adversaries or enemies. And you shared what kind of filtration and technologies are being developed and adopted for prevention purposes. And you said that this was applied to many different LLM models, which is interesting and amazing as well. Thank you very much. And now let's move on to the next speaker of part one. We have CEO Chris Meserole from Frontier Model Forum, and he's going to speak about advancing AI safety. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Chris Meserole to the stage.
맞이해 주십시오.
It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. As was said earlier, I'm Chris Meserole. I'm the Executive Director of the Frontier Model Forum. For those of you who are not aware of the Frontier Model Forum, it was an organization created last summer, or announced last summer. It was established by Anthropic, OpenAI, Google DeepMind, and Microsoft, with a mission to advance frontier AI safety. We are an organization that is dedicated to advancing the safety and safe deployment and development of frontier AI systems, and we work with government, civil society, and others around the world to do so. Today I'm going to speak briefly about a number of things. I'm going to offer a brief introduction of frontier AI and what that actually refers to. I'll speak a bit about the challenges and risks of frontier AI, various approaches to frontier AI safety, and then how to advance frontier AI safety, as well as some of the benefits of frontier AI safety. This talk will be a little bit high level to try and make sure that everyone has an understanding of why frontier AI safety is so important. There's been a lot of discussion recently about the different risks and challenges associated with AI, but the kinds of AI that we are focused on are very unique, and they come with a very unique set of risks and challenges, somewhat similar to what Dan Hendrycks just discussed as far as some of the more grave or catastrophic risks related to AI. Let me start by offering a little bit of background on what we consider frontier AI. Frontier AI as a term in general refers to the most recent generation of advanced general purpose AI systems. So these are systems that are a little bit different than many narrow applications of AI or commercial applications of AI, things like lending algorithms or hiring algorithms, or even facial recognition technology. Those are all very important and very powerful versions of AI or machine learning. But we are focused primarily on general purpose AI systems that can accomplish or perform very well across a wide array of tasks. And in particular, we are focused on just the latest generation of advanced AI systems. And I'll speak to a little in a minute why we think it's so important to focus on just the most advanced systems. But to give you a sense of what frontier AI is, it changes over time. So, in 2019, GPT-2 would have been considered frontier AI. There was a concern that at the time, GPT-2 was very powerful, and that if it was open sourced or released too widely without the proper mitigations, that bad actors would be able to use it to carry out different types of harmful attacks or pollute the information environment, etc. There were so many fears about even GPT-2, which we now think of as a very simple algorithm, or relatively simple or straightforward AI. We forget that at the time it was considered dangerous enough or risky enough that they delayed the release of GPT-2 by 6 months or so out of concern about the safety of that system, because it was so much better than what had come before. Similarly, GPT-3 was a very significant increase in capabilities over GPT-2, just as GPT-4 was, again, a very significant increase in capabilities over GPT-3. And the challenge here is that as each new generation kind of comes into play, there's a really significant challenge that is really unprecedented in the history of general purpose technologies. And that challenge is this. We know how to engineer frontier AI systems, but we don't know what capabilities they will have after we engineer them. This is fundamentally different than many prior versions of general purpose technologies. If you think back to electricity or nuclear energy, internal combustion engine, we always knew what those technologies would do if we could build them. We just weren't always sure if we would be able to build them out at scale in the way that we wanted. The uncertainty was on the engineering side. With general purpose AI, it's the exact opposite challenge. We know how to engineer these systems. We can increase the data or the computing power behind them, but we don't know what they'll do. And as a result, and just to give an illustration of the challenge of predicting what kinds of behaviors they'll have, this is a graph from documenting some of the like step change or emergent kind of behaviors in various epochs of training of GPT-4. And what you see are these sudden spikes in capabilities, right? We don't know how to anticipate or predict when these spikes will happen in terms of the model's ability to do a certain thing. There was a similar one if you were looking at or watched Dan Hendrycks' presentation in the prior session. There was a similar spike around layer 15, for example, around bio knowledge in different algorithms. There's something similar happening here, and it makes it very hard for us because we don't know how to anticipate, what the challenge will be or what the capability will be. It makes it very difficult to assure the safety of something, right? If you don't know what something is capable of, how can you assure it that it's not going to be doing things that you don't want it to do? This is a kind of a modest challenge now. It's an important challenge with things like ChatGPT, but it's also a challenge that's only going to become more, problematic and challenging over time. And the reason is that these systems are about to become agentic. And what that means in pragmatic terms is that these systems, which so far know how to read what's online, perhaps produce some text for you or generate an image for you, right now these systems are very much locked down. They don't have read and write access to the web. We know that they can produce good code, but generally speaking, they aren't able to execute that code online. What's coming are agentic systems, and there are a few that are obviously out there. I imagine there are people in this room who are working actively on agentic systems. As we have more and more agentic systems come online, the surface area of risks are going to expand dramatically, and because we don't understand the full capability profile, it becomes very hard for us to assure that the safety of these systems. This is, again, very different than other technologies where you can use a closed form equation to describe the capabilities, and you can use formal verifiable ways of understanding whether it's safe or not. What this means for Frontier AI is that there's a couple of really important risks, categories of risks that we need to attend to, but we don't have adequate ways of doing so right now. So just to walk through a few of these risks. The most immediate ones and pressing ones, as these systems become more capable of interacting with the real world and having agency in the real world through APIs or other mechanisms or even robotics, the most urgent kinds of risks are CBRN risks, which Dan just spoke about. The most urgent of these, I would say, are chemical or biological risks in terms of the ability for a chatbot. Right now, I think the fear is, there may be a chatbot that is able to disclose information to a non-expert or even a modest expert to enable them to create kind of harmful pathogens and things of that nature. Over time, these systems will get embedded into broader digital architectures, including architectures that allow for the automated manufacturing of different kinds of chemical and biological compounds. And so it's very important that we attend to the risks that are present there right now. Another category of risks, which Dan alluded to briefly, were advanced cyber risks. This is an extremely important category of risk that we need to make sure that we are evaluating the safety of these systems so that they don't, these systems, as they become more agentic and more autonomous, that they are not able to hack into critical infrastructure or enable bad actors or even state actors who otherwise wouldn't have the capability to attack critical infrastructure to have that ability, right? So the things like power plants, hospitals, airports, all of the kind of critical infrastructure, even our financial infrastructure, we need to make sure that as these systems become more advanced, that they are not able to facilitate attacks on critical infrastructure that would lead to physical harm or damage in the real world. A couple of other categories of risk that I want to address. The two that are very important that I think are misunderstood or underappreciated are deception and persuasion, right? So one of the things, there's a firm within the Frontier Model Forum, Anthropic, which was referenced earlier. A major form of potential risk is deception. And the reason that this is such an important, this is incredibly challenging and important issue area for AI safety experts to work on is that if these models are able to deceive the people who are evaluating them and trying to assess their safety, it becomes almost impossible to assure that the system is safe. And when there's a really important, as I mentioned, there's an important paper by Anthropic that came out earlier this year called Sleeper Agents, which demonstrated that it's possible now to create or embed systems with the ability to deceive testers in a way that it makes it, again, impossible to understand whether or not the system is safe, because the system knows how to give the right answer when it's being evaluated, but it still has kind of a separate plan that it will implement when it's not being evaluated or when it's given the ability to do so. A related kind of category of concern would be persuasion. So as these systems become more and more persuasive, right now the systems that we have are generally speaking have been trained on the internet or a kind of generalized data sets. What is coming are kind of versions of ChatGPT or Claude or kind of other large language models that are personalized on data just about you. So they'll know about kind of what you like, what your beliefs are, what your preferences are. And when you have systems that are intelligent, that are also kind of trained on personalized data, they can become incredibly persuasive. That can lead to potential attacks within threats to public safety. If you have the ability, if an AI has the ability to persuade someone working at a power plant to turn off the power or things like that, you can have a lot of kind of damage within the real world. Persuasion is also going to be very important when it comes to things like elections and information integrity as well. There are a couple of other kind of obvious risks here that I'll also mention. One is just autonomy. In the long run, we are going to have to figure out ways of assuring the safety of these systems even as they become more autonomous and even as they have access to information and knowledge that we ourselves may not have. This is a foundation, this is probably the most long-term foundational challenge that we face within AI safety, and it's critical that we solve it and address it in the next few years, because the gap between the capabilities of these systems and our ability to assure their safety is only going to grow. And the last category of risk are malicious uses, which, since Dan covered a lot of those, I'll kind of jump over. The Frontier Model Forum and many of the folks working on AI safety are primarily focused on, or are kind of have been designed to focus on threats to public safety and critical infrastructure. That is not to say that there are a broader class of risks that also need to be attended to. There are many societal risks that are extremely important. Those range from things like economic and labor disruptions, right? As these systems become more powerful, they may well displace many jobs around the world. There are profound threats to information integrity, especially posed by deepfakes, deepfake video, deepfake audio. It is going to be increasingly difficult to tell what is AI generated versus what is human generated. That will have all kinds of implications for our democratic systems. There's also profound and powerful capabilities when it comes to surveillance and repression. This is something that I've worked on extensively in my prior role, coupling increasingly powerful advanced AI, general purpose AI systems with state power. If there aren't appropriate democratic checks around that surveillance and repression, that is probably, in addition to some of the grave risks to public safety, I would say that that's one of the gravest risks that AI poses in the long run, is through undemocratic forms of surveillance and repression. And then finally, there are kind of very significant forms in terms of challenges related to bias and unfair systems. This gets into the kinds of things around honesty and harmfulness that were talked about in one of the earlier presentations. So the question is, how do we approach frontier AI safety given all of these risks? And the important point I want to make here, I know there were a lot of you that spent a lot of time red teaming yesterday, and I'll talk briefly about some of these challenges or some of these strategies for assuring the safety of systems. Because we don't have formal, closed-form ways of assuring and verifying the safety of these systems, we have to rely on an understanding of what the threat model is. We have to design risk assessments matched to those threat models. And then we need to come up with robust risk thresholds or policies that are tied to those assessments. And they need to be tightly coupled together, which I'll mention in a bit in a minute. What do I mean by a threat model? So before you're kind of red teaming, or before you even start to red team, you have to have some idea in your head about what the actual risk or threat is. These threat models come in various forms. They can be very high level, meaning just a bad actor gets access to a frontier AI system and they create a bioweapon. Or they could be incredibly detailed, which is getting down into kind of, there's a particular type of pathogen that this system might be able to auto-generate, especially if it's coupled with certain kinds of biological design tools. In addition to kind of the level of granularity with a threat model, there's different threat actors that need to be paid attention to. So they can be individuals, right? One of the biggest threats that we're worried about is individuals without domain knowledge, acquiring domain knowledge that would allow them in bio or chem or other areas that would allow them to carry out attacks or implement weapons. It could be groups, or it could even be state actors that otherwise wouldn't have some of these abilities. We know that there are a lot of states out there that would like to have different classes of bioweapons, for example, or chemical weapons, that have not been able to acquire those technologies to date, but could, in theory, if AI gets advanced enough. And then finally, they also need to take into account the intentional or accidental use, right? Some of these threat models, it could be the case that a powerful general purpose AI just accidentally kind of carries out a certain kind of threat. The point I want to make here is it is always worth writing down in advance what you think the actual threat model is, because without a clear and articulated understanding of the threat, it's very difficult to design an appropriate risk assessment, whether that's a red teaming exercise or an evaluation. Which brings me to the second slide. There are a range of different forms of risk assessments. Because part of the challenge here is that we don't know what the capability profile is of these systems, one of the things that we need to do is come up with better ways of evaluating the capabilities. In Silicon Valley, you'll often hear about something called the capability overhang. And what that means is there are probably latent, if you prompt the model the right way, you can probably get it to do things that it wouldn't otherwise do in a kind of mean or average behavior. So one are capability evaluations where you try and draw out or elicit the best kind of maximal capability that the model will have. Another is propensity evaluations, where you're just trying to understand what the average or modal performance of the system will kind of, what kind of risks it will introduce. Then there's also kind of automated benchmark tests for specific classes of risks that aren't really tied to general purpose capabilities. WMDP, which Dan Hendrycks just introduced, would kind of fall into the category of a benchmark type of evaluation. And then with red teaming, obviously there's structured and unstructured ways of evaluating these systems. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I understand that there was a whole day on red teaming yesterday. But the point is, even with red teaming, and almost to some extent more so when you're red teaming than anything else you're doing, you need to have a very clear set of understandings about what the threat model is that you're trying to guard against. Finally, this is a point that I really want to underscore. I imagine it will come up a lot at the Korea AI Safety Summit next month as well. You need to have the whole point of having risk thresholds, the whole point of having risk assessments, whether it's red teaming or evals of different kinds of risks. It's not worth having all those if you're not going to do something based on the information that you're learning. And so one of the things that we spend a lot of time on within the Frontier Model Forum are coming up with risk thresholds. And what we mean by that is, if we run a certain risk evaluation or risk assessment, and it turns up some kind of concerning capability that we are worried about, there need to be a pre-established set of policies that you will implement to take care of those, to make sure that the whatever risks you're finding aren't actualized in the real world. And those can take various different forms. There's different kinds of risk thresholds that we need to explore. One is a set of mitigation policies, right? So if there may be things that you aren't too worried about, and so you don't have to kind of set in place different kinds of mitigation policies. Again, the prior kind of demonstration or the prior speech around WMDP, I think it showed different forms of unlearning that you need to do if your model is shown to be capable of kind of having certain kinds of dangerous biological information. One mitigation strategy would be to actively force it to unlearn that information or suppress that information so that it can't be accessed. We need a lot more experimentation around what mitigation strategies should look like or mitigation policies should look like, and we need to be able to map those to particular forms of risk. Another area that needs to be explored is responsible disclosures need to be tied to particular risk thresholds. This is an area that I don't think has been fully resolved yet, but will require in the long run, as these systems become more powerful, there will need to be kind of global versions of responsible disclosure protocols that would effectively entail a situation where a firm carries out a certain kind of red teaming eval, a red teaming exercise or an eval on a model. They find something concerning in it, and based on their kind of finding, it triggers a kind of series of disclosures both within industry and to governments, so that all of the actors in the AI safety ecosystem can properly mitigate those concerns. We don't have this kind of protocol and set of standards yet around responsible disclosure, but it's something that I think we actively need to pursue in advance of the agentic systems that are about to become very powerful. Finally, there should also be, for firms at the frontier or firms working with or building on the technology of firms at the frontier, beginning to explore different kinds of red lines, meaning, commitments around if a model is shown to have certain capabilities, a commitment to suspend the continued deployment of that model, so that there's no chance of the model introducing any kinds of risks in society. All of these things, though, are very complicated challenges and require, I think, there was a slide earlier that had kind of, citizens and society and governments and industry. It's going to require a whole of society approach, I think, to identify what best red lines we actually need and what kind of mitigation policies we need. Again, the key point being that all of these things need to be tightly coupled. Like, there needs to be a coherent story between your threat models through your risk assessments and risk thresholds. Finally, just a few brief thoughts on what each sector, I think, can do to contribute to advancing frontier AI safety. Within industry, I think there's a real need for industry firms, both those at the frontier and, I would say, almost as importantly, firms that are developing or building on general purpose AI systems that are released by frontier AI firms. There need to be demonstrated best practices and commitments that industry makes about how they're going to use these terms that go, these capabilities that go beyond just terms of service, and kind of have affirmative visions. I know I was really, it's great to see, for example, that Naver had their term of their principles around AI safety. We need more companies to do things like that. Another thing that industry, especially the frontier AI industry and those in the frontier AI ecosystem, need to do is improve our information sharing both within industry and from industry to government and out to the public. There's information that's latent within industry that only industry has access to by virtue of being at the frontier. And it's incumbent upon industry firms to share that knowledge so that we're able to surface the best practices related to frontier AI safety and distribute them as widely as possible. Again, especially now when we're in a relatively early phase in the trajectory of the technology. And thankfully, this is exactly what the Frontier Model Forum is kind of created to do, is develop best practices and information sharing. I'm happy to share or speak more about this with anyone after this talk. A few other actors that I think have really important roles to play within advancing frontier AI safety. One is kind of the research lab and evaluator ecosystem. It is critically important. I know SelectStar and others have I think, built up really great kind of architectures and platforms for this. It is very important to be able to have evaluators of different kinds of AI models that are not the developers of the system and not necessarily the government either. It's really important to have third-party vendors and suppliers who are interrogating these models and assessing their safety and can vouch for the safety of those systems or find flaws in them. I can't underscore enough just how important this kind of sector within the AI safety ecosystem is. And then I think government obviously also has a major role to play, whether that's funding AI safety research, whether that's kind of working with relevant actors on high-risk evaluations, whether that's providing third-party accreditation about who can be a good evaluator, or in turn kind of globally coordinating some of the broader activity around AI safety globally. I think this is why we're very excited, at least in the US, we're very excited for the upcoming Korea AI Safety Summit, as well as the Global Forum that will be held next month. There's a tremendously important for governments to be continuing to push all of us forward in advancing AI safety and beginning to coordinate as well on different codes of conduct globally. It can't be understated how important that is for the AI safety ecosystem. I'd be remiss if I didn't when I talk about AI safety, I often talk about the risks without acknowledging some of the benefits. And so I also want to just kind of underscore why it's so important that we get AI safety right. I often think about kind of the world of the future 20 years from now, or 30 years from now when my kids are my age, and I think of a world where AI, if we get the safety piece of this right, and it's a huge if, like we've already got an example of an industry that could have really changed the world for the better, but the safety was not robust enough to capture the benefits, which is the nuclear energy industry, right? Like imagine where we would be on climate change if we'd appropriately safeguarded the safety of the nuclear energy industry. We would have had, zero carbon emissions for quite some time. The two things that are most important to me or most exciting to me about this technology, we are on the cusp of a world in which the marginal cost of intelligence is effectively zero. Once you get that, you also kind of, by virtue of some of the advancements that are made in the energy sector, we're also, presumably, potentially on the cusp of a marginal cost of energy being zero. And when you have those two things together, you have the opportunity for an incredibly prosperous society globally. And that's the world that I think we all want to see. The medical benefits it would bring, the climate benefits it would bring, as well as the societal benefits it would bring are really vast and enormous. And it's why I'm so excited about AI safety and why I think I would encourage all of you to be excited about it as well. So with that, I will wrap here and thank you all for your time. It's been a real pleasure to join you all today.
네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 해서 저희 프론티어 모델 포럼의 대표이사이신 크리스 메서롤님께서 키노트 어드밴싱 AI 세이프티를 주제로 발표를 해주셨고요. 프론티어 AI에 대한 설명, 그리고 왜 이것이 중요한지, 그리고 이것이 가져오는 다양한 이점에 대한 이야기, 경제적이고 또 의학적인, 또 기후변화와 관련해서 또 사회적인 그런 이점에 대한 이야기를 끝으로 또 멋지게 또 키노트 마무리해 주셨습니다. 고맙습니다. 자, 다음 순서는요, 여러분 말씀을 드렸습니다. 패널 토론 저희 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 오전 세션의 마지막 순서가 바로 패널 토론인데요. 이제 무대가 준비가 됐으니까요. 패널 토론을 함께 해주실
break. And now, without further ado, let me invite all the panelists to the discussion. We have Vice CEO Hwang Min-young from Select Star, and let me also introduce our panelists. Mr. Chris Meserole from Frontier Model, and we have Lee Hwa-ran from Naver Cloud, and we also have CEO Kim Se-yup, co-founder of Select Star as well. Now, let's invite all three panelists and our dear moderator up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a big round of applause. Okay, so I believe you're going to come up with many different questions as you listen through the panel discussion. There's going to be a QR code being displayed on the screen. Please scan the code and input your questions so that we can have our dear panelists and moderator answer your questions in mind. And now, Mr. Hwang, please have the floor. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for gathering here despite your extremely busy schedules. So today at this panel discussion, we're going to invite all the speakers in the morning and all AI safety leaders as well. We're going to talk about safety issues of Korea and abroad. And for communication, I'm going to ask a question in Korean, and to Mr. Chris Meserole, I'm going to ask questions in English. And as you can see, to my left, there's a QR code that's scannable, and you can Right. Any questions that you have in mind, and as I ask all the questions that I have, I'll also incorporate your questions as well. So my first question goes to Yi Hwa-ran from AI Safety Lab at Naver Cloud. I know that there are many of you who participated in the Red Challenge, and I know that Naver has its own independent challenge. How are you managing and organizing the Red Challenge within your corporation? How's it different from what we have yesterday? Yes, hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hwa-ran Lee from Naver. I know that you had a challenge yesterday. So from the big picture or big framework, I think it's basically the same. Also in Naver, we have different categories, and our Naver team members would try attacking our systems, and we see success rate, penetration rate, how safe our systems are. And what's different, I would say, is that we have a wider and more broader categories compared to what you had yesterday. However, I would say a benefit of open public challenge is that 1,000 or more than 1,000 attackers join at the same time simultaneously and then try to break through. And the fact that there is larger number of people, it's a better experience because there could be many different creative ways of attacking the system. So that's a clear benefit of a public challenge. Okay, thank you for that. And now let me ask the next follow-up question. You recall some of the content of presentation by Mr. Ha, and I think what you do internally for AI Safety Lab, there's only one or two slides designated. As the head of AI Safety Lab, can you share what kind of specific works you do there at your team? I think Head Ha said it nicely, but we don't just create data sets. There are many different multifaceted approaches, including government policies and regular evaluation and assessment. And when we create models, we also carry out model-related studies and research. We check whether learning is going well, and we see whether there is any unintended results, and we also carry out some research on more advanced linking, uncertainty or hallucination, unlearning. All those areas are our research topics too. Thank you very much. And now let's move on to CEO Kim Se-yup. I know that right now I don't think Koreans focus so much on AI safety yet. And we're like focusing on introducing, adopting AI as fast as possible. So some may think that why do we have to care about AI safety? Can you convince other people why AI safety is important when it comes to AI adoption? Well, if you think about safety or ethics of AI, if you just listen to the term itself, you may think that this is far away from what we do and something that might be not so useful. However, I want to put it this way. You can use all services, even home appliances or manufactured goods. There's always QA, right? Quality assurance process. So when it comes to assuring this quality of services, one of the areas would be AI ethics or AI safety. So we basically provide values to consumers by taking their money. We are responsible for making a great product. And as an element for QA and quality assurance, one of the risk areas would be safety and ethics, and we're supposed to be in charge of it. So it's not so much about ethics itself as a standalone area. Whenever there is a risk of inconvenience or damages, you are just making sure that you do all the right approaches and processes and measures to prevent that from happening. So whenever you provide a service, you have to think about the purpose of the service, what intent you had when you were composing the model, and yeah, those asking is really important. Okay, so you thought of it as a minimum guideline or a safety net.
Tasks about how the words AI frontier models should perform AI safety. So what exactly in detail are you guys doing? Is there any guardrails? Is there any policies? Or how does it work? Can you elaborate with me more?
It's a great question, and again, thank you for the chance to speak. The Frontier Model Forum, what we do is we work with our member firms. So we have 4 member firms right now. We anticipate, hopefully that we will grow over time to include other firms at the frontier of AI. What we do is work with them to identify, what the best practices associated with AI are. What that will often mean in practice is, having for example, around biothreat, for example, what that means is we would probably speak with each of our firms and experts within our firms working on bio to get an understanding of how they're thinking about the threat models, how they're thinking about risk assessments tied to those threat models, and begin to develop, what we have that none of our individual firms might have is a fuller picture of the landscape across all of the firms, right? So we can begin to see, what are the shared understandings about, a particular threat model or a particular way of doing an eval. What is the shared understanding of kind of different mitigation strategies? And in conversation with each of the experts within our firms, we can begin to identify what the actual best practice is and understand what's working and what's not working. One of the challenges that I noticed even 2 years ago, as GPT, 3 to 4 was, the transition from 3 to 4 was happening and 4 was being trained, or that generation of model was being trained, you started to see a lot of experts and engineers and folks in the policy community begin to express concern about the capability profile of these models and what they were capable of. But there wasn't an easy way, just to kind of put it a little bit more clearly, like what the challenge is. There's not an easy way for competitors in the marketplace to exchange information with one another without violating antitrust laws or anti-competitive policies. And so the Frontier Model Forum allows for those conversations to happen without worrying about some of the antitrust implications that would otherwise be a major issue when leading competitors within a market start kind of exchanging information.
So is my understanding clear? So I can see the Frontier Model Forum works as a platform for leading frontier model companies like OpenAI, Google, Anthropic, and Microsoft to work together to learn and to discover and to mitigate how the AI safety should work. Is it right?
Yeah, that's kind of, imagine like 100 years ago when the car was first developed. You had some mechanics at like Ford or kind of just figuring out on their own what seemed to work to implement a kind of brake on that car. You had other kind of mechanics at BMW in Germany, right? We would have ensured the safety of cars a lot faster if they had been talking to each other. And that's kind of the goal of the Frontier Model Forum, is to put the people who otherwise would just be siloed, learning on their own, in conversation with each other so that we can surface some of the best ideas about how to assure the safety of these systems.
So cool. So 그다음은 김세엽 대표한테 이어서 질문을 드린 게 방금 크리스 메스롤이
Next, as Mr. Chris Meserole mentioned, many companies are joining together to work in advancing the AI safety. We have that forum in abroad, but in Korea, do we have any forums that talk about the AI safety? Can you share us? The Ministry of Science and ICT actually has the AI Ethics Forum, and this is our 3rd year this year for doing that forum. And as I have mentioned, we are also sharing that LLM evaluation data with the companies or the individuals in that forum. So we've started that project based on that forum. And one of the AI policies for Korea is AI reliability. So we have the academia and the civil society that join in and discuss the direction and the approach for AI safety. So we have regular meetings. So I also joined that, and as the person from industry, I share my thoughts. Thank you for your response. So I also have a question to Ms. Lee Hwa-ram from Naver. So you said that Naver puts a lot of efforts. Do you have any collaborations with other companies, just like Frontier Model Forum? And also, among the many approaches, what is your priority? I want to hear from Naver AI Safety Lab. I'm working and collaborating with companies. First of all, um, in Korea, MSIT has the forum, so we are also joining that forum that he mentioned. And we also establish the data set, or we come up with the evaluation data together. And when we are evaluating or coming up with the data set, we're not doing in Naver, but we also just like Select Star, we also collaborate with other startups as well for designing the data sets. Not only Korean companies, but we also need to collaborate with global companies as well, because we are one connected society. So not just the companies in Korea, but we are also we think that it is essential to collaborate with global companies as well. So next month, we have AI Safety Summit that will be held in Korea next month, and we are expecting a lot. We hope to see many partners, potential partners next month. And what was the second question? So in Naver, what is high priority for AI safety? What is your priority for AI safety? It's really difficult to say. As we mentioned, setting up the policy or developing model, developing the service, and collaborating with companies or governments. These are all important for Naver. And these need to be organically connected. And I think these are all really important for us. Okay, thank you very much. So we have heard from Mr. Chris Meserole. So we think that you have global forum or like civil forum, but for Korea, government is leading the forum. So maybe in the public sector, I think Korea should also lead some talks. So we were talking about the government and the public, and this is a common question to all. So if you look at the AI Act in EU, AI safety is included in like the government. So is it too much of a regulation, or do we need some regulations around AI ethics or AI safety? How much do you think the government should engage? So
Yeah. So, in short, like how government should involve in this like talk on AI safety, or how should government the regulation? Is it too much or is it too little, or what do you think about how the role of government in this kind of matter?
Yeah, I mean, I think the government has a tricky balancing act, right? On the one hand, they want to foster innovation and further kind of growth and economic dynamism. On the other, they need to obviously assure the safety, provide public safety for their people. I would say when it comes to frontier AI, in the United States, for example, there's a different kind of regulatory framework than in the EU, where the EU has decided to have one kind of major AI regulator that will kind of carry out a lot of evaluations. In the US, there's I think 438 different regulatory agencies in the United States. And AI is intersecting with almost all of them. And so the US approach is more, each of those agencies is designed to address a particular problem. And it's about empowering those agencies to, like in the case of the FTC is in charge of fraud, for example. Fraud is illegal regardless of whether it's human fraud or AI-generated fraud, but the FTC might need new authorities to be able to, prosecute certain kinds of AI fraud. So I think the approach in the United States is maybe a little bit different than the EU one. But the broader point I would make on the general purpose, like regulating AI, like frontier AI systems in particular, independent of their effects, right? So most of the time, regulation is about a particular harm that you're trying to avoid or mitigate. Regulating the technology itself, regardless of the particular harm, At this point, maybe a little bit premature in the sense that we don't know yet what the capability, like this gets back to what I was talking about earlier. If you don't know what the capability profile is, like what's the appropriate regulation for that? It's very difficult to establish. Instead, I think what you're seeing is a push by governments to have more voluntary kind of disclosures, voluntary commitments, all of which I think is really appropriate. Like we need to begin exploring both, how best to do this, but it's a little premature to say this is the definitive way of doing a certain kind of safety eval, for example.
Right, got it. So what you mean is that we should take this matter really carefully, but it is premature level. So
yeah, and I would say the risk of premature regulation is always that you stymie further growth.
Too much
right?
regulation. Right.
Yeah, and it's kind of it makes it harder to have different kinds of innovation down the road. So there needs to be tight kind of information sharing between industry and government to get the balance right.
Right. 김세엽 대표는 어떻게 생각하시는지?
네, 이제 뭐 거기보다 이제 다른
Well, if you think about the Ministry of Science and ICT, whenever I have talks with them, what I tell them is that you first permit and then go for regulation. As Chairman Chris has shared, we don't know how far AI could go, meaning if we don't use it, we don't know what kind of regulations are needed at this moment. As a result, we need to create a feedback structure, and we just look at whether services are delivered under their purposes, and if you see any necessity for control or modification, then you can just pinpoint those areas, we modify it, and then we sophisticate it. That's the service that we have to create, and that's how you commercialize or spread AI in our daily lives. Just because there is unknown potential risk, we can't just jump in and control everything, given that it's extremely early in terms of our industry cycle. Okay, thank you very much. Could I go to Hwanan Lee, please? Yeah, I mean, is it right or wrong to regulate? That's, I think, too extreme, all right? It's such a polarized approach, because if you go too much when it comes to regulation, then we can't achieve innovation. That's why, as previous speaker mentioned, we need to strike a good balance. However, in conclusion, what I want to share at this moment is that if you think about Korean citizens, if it's a direct physical or virtual damage to our citizens, of course, control is needed. But if it's something like a risk that we can understand at this moment, there's nothing we shouldn't jump to conclusion. So how much openness are we going to give? How much flexibility we're going to give? I think as much flexibility is good at this moment. However, when it comes to unexpected capabilities, how are we going to look at this? It can be related to model itself, but also unexpected usage. Let's say we created a tool, but how is it going to be used? That's as important as the model development itself, and we need more discussion. We need to build consensus among different stakeholders. And another thing I want to mention is not so much about regulation, but how can we realistically evaluate the models? And what is the realistic allowance and room for the authorities to come in? And we need to build the right framework. Okay, thank you for the answer. So you said how to strike a balance, what is the appropriate stance. And as we were talking about that, I received a question from the audience, and this question is about how can we effectively pursue safety for LLMs, and I'm going to just read it. And I think I would like to ask this question to you continuously. For the safety of LLM, do you think fine-tuning for unlearning is better, or just have it naive but provide or develop input-output filtration is a better approach? What's a better approach? Well, that's a good question. Okay, so regarding filtering, you just basically have the model sit and then attach pre-post model, right? Filters. But if you think about unlearning, I think it's a kind of like a different approach because you are kind of modifying the model itself within the model inside. Cost for perspective, I think adding filters could be easier or cheaper, but just simple blocking could also bring down the capabilities and performance of the model. That is why I think safe alignment within the model structure or architecture would be a progressive way of, to go forward.
In your point of view, do you think red teaming could be replaced with artificial intelligence as well? Because yesterday we had thousands of people red teaming at the same time, at the same place. But some people say that it can be replaced with red MLs or other AI models. So some people think that we as a people should teach AI about safety. But some people says it can be, even this can be replaced with AI models. Do you have any opinions or thoughts on that?
I guess my answer is why can't it be both, right? I think we need kind of humans to oversee the red teaming and carry out. There are going to be some areas where we have a clearer sense of what we're looking for, or we're trying to probe some kind of uncertainty about a risk, where it's going to be best, I think, for humans to take the lead there. That said, I think as these systems become more capable and as the state space of these models is so enormous, especially as they become more and more agentic. I don't see a world in which we're able to fully probe the full capability profile and risk profile of a given model without relying on AI. I think a precursor for why I say that would be, we already have examples of large-scale AI systems in use today, which are the recommender systems that underlie digital platforms. They're often quite large. In fact, an order of magnitude larger in terms of parameters, right? So like Facebook's recommender system is, I think it's like 13 or 14 trillion parameters at this point. And the reason I bring up that analogy is Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg has been very explicit about this, which is why I'm using this example. They have increasingly relied on AI for content moderation, right? So identifying what information is flowing through their network, how it's being recommended, who it's being recommended to. They're increasingly using AI to flag problematic or harmful content on their platform. I think we will need to have similar mechanisms. The only way to do it at the scale that a company like Facebook operates at, and that these models are now kind of evolving into, is to rely more and more on AI. The catch is that you can't fully take the human out of the loop. Like, humans need to be deeply embedded in the structure of how these systems are set up.
Thank you so much. What do you think, David? 김세엽 대표는 어떻게 생각하시나요? 레드 티밍 자체가 사람과 ML과 관계에서 사람이 무조건 해야 되는 건지, ML이
Do you
대신할 수
believe
있다고 생각하시나요?
manual input is necessary or AI could join too? Well, as Chairman Chris said, I think we should go for the hybrid model because in reality and actuality, if you look at data building or data tuning models, we kind of choose personas manually. However, during the process, we can make demos and we correct those demos for the modeling and everything. And AI itself is within human capabilities. So I think definitely red teams can use relevant AI capabilities effectively. However, there's a clear limit. We have to join hands and work together. And also, I think LLM usage could be beneficial. If you think about red team composition, there's always a limit when it comes to creativity. We tend to only think within the box, whereas LLM, it has wider coverage that learned from many different data points. So it could, give you different creative approaches. So when it comes to setting the direction or questions, LLM can inspire you, and then humans can jump in and get into details. Okay, thank you. I think I would like to ask this final question to all three panelists before we conclude today's session. If you think about Google, Naver, Meta, or EU AI Act, or the White House's executive order, If you look at all the things that are happening around us, there are multiple approaches and principles related to AI ethics or AI safety. From personal opinion, what do you think is the most important AI ethics principle? Hwaran, you go first. Well, why me first? Well, I think I can't pinpoint one that is most important. I think every country or every enterprise, they have their own ethical principles, and those frameworks tend to kind of have commonality and similarity. We cannot violate human rights. We have to be inclusive. We have to be transparent. All these, general trends are the same, whereas how we translate it into our own language is different. I can't choose just one. Oh, then I feel like everyone is going to say the same thing, that you can't choose one. Mr. Kim, you're not allowed to do that, okay? Choose one. I should have said it then first. Well, in my opinion, when I talk to corporates and enterprises, they tend to look at it from a productivity perspective. They want to increase the performance of their already existing models. And I think honesty, truth, and something that's without hallucination, those are three. Truth, sticking to truth is important, I think.
Yeah, I'll say transparency. And I think the reason why is I think these systems will be increasingly developed by a small number of firms, let's say, and it's very important that for democratic societies to be able to govern AI effectively, there needs to be information about how these models work, how they're being used, what kind of safety concerns there are, and so having a transparent flow of information about the risks, I think, will allow society, like all of the other kind of issues we can't deal with unless we have a common understanding of what the challenges are. So that's my, if I have to choose one, that's the one I would choose.
All right. So can you elaborate a little bit more about like what transparency means? Like, does it mean that people should know, at least have some clue how AI models work, or how this AI model can answer with the kind of transparency?
I think there's different forms of transparency. So there's transparency to the user, right? So that you as a user understand why, like if a movie's being recommended to you, you understand why, or if a chatbot is trying to convince you, if you ask it a political question and it gives you a very political answer. I know like Korea had an election, I think, recently, and we have our own election coming up. There should be some transparency about why you're seeing the information that you're seeing, right? Even if it's just a link to a source or something, there needs to be transparency there. I would say from an AI safety perspective, there needs to be mechanisms for getting, this kind of relates to what I was saying earlier, there need to be mechanisms for sharing information about risks. In some cases, it could be very sensitive risks that it needs to go straight to the government. It could be, in other cases, fairly high, general risks that they need to be shared with the public so that we can collectively come up with a good answer.
All right. 오늘 이제 패널 디스커션.
All right, thank you very much. This is the end of our panel discussion. Private side, government side, what works do we need? And when it comes to model developer, what kind of efforts do we need to put in? I think within time constraints, we were able to go deep and wide with all the experts here. Thank you very much for your great input. Enjoy your lunch. I'll see you in the afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much. So this is the conclusion of the panel discussion related to AI safety. What a great discourse by 4 experts. You talked about what kind of role the government has to play, and we need collaboration and cooperation among different stakeholders that are in the AI industry. We looked at US examples and Korean examples within such a short period of time. Thank you once again, Chairman Chris Meserole and moderator Hwang Min-young, lead Lee Hwa-ran, and CEO Kim Se-yup for your contribution. And as you move to your lunch location, please make sure that you leave your interpretation receivers on the table. We're going to continue the conference in the afternoon, so please leave the machine on the table. So we are done with the panel discussion. That concludes part 1, and our afternoon session will resume at 2 p.m. KST. We're going to start 2 p.m. sharp. For those who are joining from online, make sure that you stay tuned at 2 p.m. I'm sure you're super hungry. Go enjoy lunch, and I'll see you again. My name is Yeonjin Kim. I'll see you again soon. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed lunch. It is 1:50 and we would like to begin shortly the afternoon session, part 2 of the Global AI Safety Conference. I see some of you have filled your seats, but there are still participants that are coming to the venue. So please come inside and be seated. And please check your mobile devices to make sure that it's not on the sound mode. And we are offering Korean and English interpretation. Please use a receiver placed on the table. Channel 1 is for Korean, channel 2 is for English.
분들 커피도 있으니까요. 네, 이용 참고해 주시면 되겠습니다.
I hope you had a great lunch. For those who haven't had a chance to eat, please go use the food trucks that you have arranged. And now we would like to begin the afternoon session. You can see that a number of great speakers and sessions are in store, and this is being aired on YouTube in real time as well. So it's time for me to join us, and I see more are joining us in the afternoon compared to the morning. Thank you very much for your attendance. We are going to have the keynote speech by AI safety leader Kim Kyung-hoon at Kakao, and we have many other sessions by Professor Oh Hae-yeon, VP Eric Davis, and CEO founder of Stability, Mr. Mo Stack. And we also have a fireside chat with Cohere Adrian Gomez, CEO, as well as VP Hwang Min-young from Select Star as well. We would like to begin the afternoon session right away. The very first keynote speech will be delivered by Kim Kyung-hoon, a Kakao AI safety leader, and the title of the presentation is AI Safety for Everyone. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kim Kyung-hoon, in charge of AI safety at Kakao. You just had lunch, so I'm sure it's could be tiring. So I'm going to do my best to make sure that this presentation is exciting and fun. To be honest, AI safety might not be the most fun topic to cover. However, it's important because this is an occasion where we think about how to make AI usage and development safer for everyone. So as a result, the title of my presentation is AI Safety for Everyone. In the past, we have only talked about AI for everyone in many different conferences and events, meaning AI is correlated with our daily life and it worked as a game changer for different industries. However, the reason why I chose AI safety for everyone is because not just AI for everyone, when it comes to accessibility, AI safety is as important. And I believe this conference is truly meaningful and it is my honor for me to be here as a speaker. So right now, I would like to go for my presentation as three different pillars. One is why AI safety important. Number two, what Kakao is doing for AI safety. And last but not least, not just focusing on a region or a country, how we should work together so that global AI safety is guaranteed in different places. Right now, this is an article that came out that we see over here on the screen for Israel-Hamas conflict. You can see that the AI machine is being utilized in order to identify and discover a target. But when we talk about AI safety, it could be meaning many different things. It could be narrow scope or large scale. It could be related to physical safety or cyber safety. As Chairman Meserole have shared, there are some risks tied to frontier model, I would say, four different areas: persuasion, CBRN, cybersecurity, and model autonomy. When it comes to persuasion, this is basically between human to human and man and woman. There is an element of persuasion or convincing, and when there's no clear answers, if you move on to ideologies, then that could be posing a higher risk. And for CBRN, if weapon making methodologies are known to other people, that could raise a risk and threats as well. And number three, for cybersecurity, we have to understand how we can utilize AI to make it more safer or secure. But if we misuse AI, they can use AI models to initiate attacks. And number 4, for model autonomy, just like a Terminator, if we lose control, then those models could threaten humanity. So these risks, I don't think you can feel it in our daily lives. However, these are imminent risks that could actually appear, and that's why we wanted to create a platform called AI Summit to talk about AI safety. The first time in the UK we hosted this one, and I know that this AI Safety Summit, the second edition, is going to be held in Korea in the second half, and there are 3 different risks. Number 1 is social harm, number 2 is misuse, and the remaining one is loss of control. So for the first one, because we focus on generative AI, and generative AI is a source of overflowing information and data. Of course, data is good, but there are some negative data and incredible data too because of hallucination. And this can cause confusion to users. From users' perspective, you don't know whether this information or data is good or not, trustworthy or not, and it will be difficult for them to verify the credibility of the data. And the second is the confusion of labor market. In the past, people thought that maybe blue-collar jobs will be replaced by AI and white-collar jobs will survive. However, if you look at generative AI, I think creativity is something that is actually affected, and also professional areas are the domains that use AI more. So IT, finance, law, this has more usability of AI, and labor market could be disrupted. And also, if you think about the data that models are learning, I don't think it has representation. It doesn't have a balanced distribution. There are sometimes data that's affluent, and this data can be imbalancedly represented, bigger than the others against the reality. And moving on to misuse risks, I think it could be a dual use. Yes, let's say a biological technology goes up in terms of sophistication. This sophistication at the same time can bring a bigger risk of biotechnological weapon. So depending on how you use a type of technology, it could create a disaster, risk, threat. And for cyber threats, it could be used for cyber attacks, and also the impact of misuse that could spread false information and data could serve as a risk. And for loss of control, for AI systems, sometimes when it's full of wrongful information, if you have much credibility or dependency on these wrongful AI system, that could lead to a disastrous impact. And also, we have to think about, let's say, people with ill intention spreading AI systems and intentionally decreasing the influence of humans. This could be also a great threat to humanity too. So now this report also talks about 6 different elements as cross-cutting risk factors. Basically, the first one is it's really difficult to come up with a safe frontier model design and safety evaluation. There's no standards. It's hard to track how AI system is being distributed or used. There's no AI safety standards that are built. And from AI developers' perspective, there's not much incentive for them to come up with safety measures. And I think it took a while for us to use AI in our daily lives. We didn't really have enough time to think about how to ensure AI safety when it comes to the usage. And the 6th element is about how a few number of companies are dominating AI scenes. There's not much supervision or monitoring about what they do. I know that we are talking about these types of risks and in the global society, and we are coming up with approaches about how we can make rules or create principles and reach consensus. You can think about the White House's administrative decree too. In the past, on April 22nd, there was a AI-related debate, and there was joint declaration by all UN nations. So all UN member countries gathered together and said they're going to work on building safe AI environments. And I wanted to quote two impressive sentences. It says, they are going to work on closing the digital divide gap. Of course, AI technologies are out there, but the number of citizens or number of countries who can actually fully access and utilize AI is limited. Not everyone has the equal access. That's why they said they're going to work on bridging the gap. And secondly, I think this is quite interesting, to be honest. It says, how are we going to look at AI? AI could be considered a companion, or AI could be governed or will be the governor or ruler of humanity. But then it says, we govern AI. We're not going to have AI govern us, but we are going to take control technologically so that we can continue to govern AI, which is very interesting. And now I'm going to talk about some of the imminent risks that could appear in the short term and also the long term. And I'm also going to talk about whether we should look at AI safety as a business element. There are 4 different topics. From privacy's perspective, there are a number of services that stemmed from big data, and then now we're living the AI era, and there is a growing demand for personalized and customized demand. And I think these services are being verified when it comes to its usability and performance. And EU started data governance or data rights. And then this is directly linked to AI safety too. So data protection is something that's very important, and there are 2 different elements. One is data learning and data utilization. From data learning's perspective, depending on which data you use, the model's performance is going to be accordingly performed. And usually important data are protected by IP rights. So how are we going to balance the 2 mechanisms? From data utilization's perspective, we're going to look at confidential data. Let's say some LLM, there's no privacy because it could go to servers. And if we're going to utilize or create some services that has confidential data but use a LLM, then that particular data can be leaked out to different platforms. So you have to be very cautious about using confidential data at LLMs. And for commercial needs, we are supposed to provide AI services to consumers, and consumer data points will be the places where we have to look at AI safety. And the 4th element is regulations. Biden administration's regulations or EU regulations. As a company, we need to look at how to respond to those approaches and how are we going to make sure that we protect consumer data too. And now I'm going to talk about how AI safety is affecting our businesses. This, we don't have enough time for me to go over and read all the words over here. I can just categorize it simply: product and service, client and purchasers, operation and process, competition landscape, partner and ecosystem, and human resources. I would say the most relevant areas are product and services, customer and purchasers, operation and process, and competition landscape. You can see that people want more safe measures to be adopted. And let's say AI is producing some of the wrongful information, and there is a reputational risk at hand of a company. In the case of operation and process, explainability and transparency has to be built, and by doing so, AI implementation will be accelerated. And for service providers, they need to update their operation models by accessing necessary resources. And every company has different policies, and AI base is also different. And understanding and depth of understanding is all different. That is why I think human resources are very relevant, and it's really difficult to hire a data or security expert who can guarantee compliance issues too. So far, I have talked about why AI safety is important, why it is relevant for our businesses. And right now, I'm going to talk about what Kakao is doing to guarantee and ensure AI safety. Back in 2018, we created an algorithm ethics charter for the first time here in Korea among all the companies. And we have adopted 8 different main principles. Our basic principle of Kakao algorithm is that all our efforts are going to sit within the social ethics, and we pursue humanity's convenience and happiness. And it says we are going to make sure that we're not discriminatory. We will make sure that we stay away from any intentional or social discrimination. And for learning data, we are going to learn and train models based on social ethics. And for independence, we will make sure that it's not impacted or damaged by a third party. And explainability is that we are going to do our best to truthfully and faithfully explain the algorithms within the scope of not damaging corporate competition. And I know that this one, you may not see it well, but we created the charter. And we have different affiliates that are related to Kakao. And all these affiliates have to be aligned with AI algorithms and policies. So a total of 8 companies, all CTOs of different organizations, have come together. And it says that we're going to work on monitoring algorithm ethics charter, compliance issues, risks, and algorithm transparency. And before we created the system, you can think about many different relevant works. For example, development, beta test, QA, and real environment, prod environment, launch. And basically, we have to, before we release anything, we look at from AI safety policies perspective and see if it's ready to go out or not. So whenever a service is ready, that particular department will ask AI safety department to look at privacy issues, legal issues, PR issues, policy issues, and AI ethics issues. We evaluate risks, and after evaluating risks, we come up with risk mitigation policies and measures, and we provide that relevant feedback to the service department, and service will apply those measures and review it, and they can come up with an agreement or an article of a contract, blah, 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 and then they'll give it back to us about what modification they have made, and then we do another round of risk assessment and see whether it's usable or not. And by going through multiple loops of those, until we see that the risk is hedged, we repeat the same process. Let's say we see that it is risk-free, then it goes to the decision-making table. And this morning, I saw an article. As we have discussed multiple times in the morning, I think when it comes to AI safety, everyone says that we need a global alliance. And from that perspective, we joined the AI Alliance. We actually joined the membership on April 4th. And if you look at AI Alliance, Meta and IBM are main members. We have many semiconductor companies, Linux Foundation, or many other reputable organizations and companies, and a total of 100 members are there. And for the first time in Korea, we joined the membership, and that's why a headline was covering it today. And AI, scalar education, foundation model, trusted AI, policy, hardware. 6 different focus groups are under the alliance, and we focus on trusted AI, so that how are we going to work together, create benchmark data sets, how are we going to contribute back to the open community. And starting from this membership, I think at the Open Source AI Alliance community, we will do our better to gear up our contribution for the world. And we also have a service called Carlo, which prevents the creation of inappropriate images. I know that we talked about guardrails in the past, and in the input level and the output level, we're working on how to make sure that inappropriate content is not exposed to our users. Let's say inappropriate image or content was created, then in the input level, we ban or prohibit such process. And let's say output is going to be inappropriate, then we would attach filters so that those images are not produced and delivered to users. And in the case of deep fake, I know that this is a hot topic, especially when it comes to images. This can damage other parties in society. That is why we are thinking of the concept of watermark, and I think invisible watermark is better. Even if it's a visible watermark, I think the user might change or damage the watermark part and still use it. That's why I think invisible watermark is much more efficient and effective. And next, I'm going to talk about AI safety for everyone. And in this part, I'm going to say what efforts we need to make for AI safety. When you classify AI safety, you can categorize them into 2. One is service, and the other is safety. So when services are developing, AI safety could develop at the same time. However, or as AI services develop, AI safety could be damaged or compromised. If you think safety is an option of consumers, it will just follow market dynamics. If users want more safety, then products will adopt more safety features. But if you could also think about, like, people might not want safety. There might be sophisticated services, but safety could be compromised. That is why we need to make sure that there's regulations and social incentives so that safety is also considered important too. So from model's perspective, when technology gets developed, AI safety gets developed. When parameters are going up in number, and there will be measures to reduce hallucination, and then if hallucination goes up, then AI safety could go up. But however, let's say technology gets developed, it could be AIG or controllability could go down, and during that process, people might intentionally misuse the technology. Even if there are technologies, safety could still be compromised. So for these different scenarios, I think safety model alignment is needed. So AI safety could develop according to market dynamics, but there is still a clear limit. If there's a limit, then we need to think about how to intervene and adjust that flow and wave. So then what kind of efforts do we need to make? I would say there are 3 different things. You may think that this is such a big framework, but these are not independently sitting alone in silos. We need to come up with a virtuous cycle so that they can go hand in hand with one another. Number one, I think AI user training is important. All stakeholders are connected with AI. That is why we need to understand that stakeholders' understanding is deepened, and building a governance between all stakeholders is important. There are many different supply chains and supply chain partners. Depending on ways to how to coexist and collaborate with the stakeholders, we can make the total ecosystem better. And we can't just look at Korea, we need to think about international collaboration. As the UN declaration that said, we have to look at how to overcome the digital divide related to AI safety. What is going to be the standards for AI safety? We need standardized data and standard methodologies of the regular practices, and in doing so, we need international collaboration. Last but not least, we need training for AI users. At users' perspective, if you want to misuse LLM, you can. I think there is going to be a demand for misusing AI models. We are not going to 100% prevent them, but we need to teach them and educate them about why that's not recommended. And at the same time, in order to prevent this misuse, you have to also increase and enhance the literacy levels of users. While educating the importance of not misusing AI, we should also ramp up the understanding of AI, which is AI literacy. This will lead to AI safety standards building and global collaboration, and all three elements are going to work in harmony to create a better environment. Thank you. Maybe I rushed too much. Thank you very much. That was AI safety leader at Kakao, Mr. Kyung-hoon Kim. And the title was AI Safety for Everyone. We were able to see what kind of efforts Kakao is making for AI safety. And it was also interesting to see that AI safety is really relevant to businesses too. And also the good news that Kakao became the first member from Korea for the AI Alliance was interesting as well. Thank you very much. And now moving on. This time we're going to invite Professor Oh Hye-yeon at KAIST, and she's going to talk about multilingual, multicultural LLM. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her with a big hand.
Good afternoon. I'm Oh Hye-yeon from KAIST. So the presentation will be shared on the screen. So I think what Kakao shared. So Kakao had a presentation on safety for everyone. So I wanted to actually include like more people for everyone, because we've been doing the Red Team Challenge since yesterday, and all of you here have all used LLM a lot. But this LLM was developed around the US. So either OpenAI or Google or Meta actually developed the LLM. So we're using these LLM, and we sometimes feel like inconvenience in using this LLM. I think so I've been talking a lot of these topics lately. So let me go on. So what do you call the husband of your brother in Korea? So all of you, I think you are too young to know. Like, if let's say that I have let's say that I have a little sister and you call Jebu. So I don't think you know because you're all young. It's really hard in Korea. We call Jebu. Do you think LLM knows? I asked Llama and Llama doesn't know. Llama says something really weird. And I mean, so among the LLMs, I think the one that has the best performance, if I ask GPT-4, it says brother-in-law. It's kind of similar. It says 시동생, but it's wrong. So we call it as Jebu in Korean. So what I'm telling you is this. Korean culture. So we have history, we have family, we have religion, region. There are many cultural aspects. And if you ask LLM, teaching and training the culture is really difficult. We're talking about LLM for everybody or AI for everyone. And I think one of the biggest hurdle is the culture. But what should we do about this? From model training to evaluation, we have to work on it. So from training data to model training and instruction tuning, evaluation, benchmarking, all of these, we need to actually put cultural awareness in all of these aspects. And we cannot do all of this at the same time. And the cultural difference, we're in a very early phase. We're putting in the culture for LLM development. So what I'm telling you now is that we have to open up our eyes and try to see LLM from a different perspective. Of course, red team and safety is really important, but culturally we have to be more inclusive for LLM. And right now we are in the starting phase. So in the few years, we have to put in more efforts to see more progress in having more culturally inclusive LLM. So what KAIST is researching, I'm going to be sharing to you. So our research is around evaluation benchmark. And if you are interested, maybe you can do more research in modeling and training data. I'm really hoping that. And if you actually want to join us, please reach out to us. So first of all, we got some help from Naver. So we call it as BBQ. This is unbiased benchmark for question answering. We have this data set. We created the BBQ data set in English, and we thought that we could make the same BBQ in Korean. This is the research that will be published in TechGo 2024. So BBQ dataset looks like this. Let's say that in the United States, the Americans think that those with lower socioeconomic status has drugs. So let's say that John is low SES and let's say that David is high SES. LLM's answer will say that John will have drugs. So this shows social bias. The answer should be I don't know because the information is not given. But in this disambiguated context, it provides more information. So it says, in the bag of Lo or John, the officers quite a lot of marijuana. But if you look at this BBQ dataset, we have some machine translated BBQ dataset, and if you look at the examples, and if you translate this in Korean, do you think that the Koreans will also think that low SES will do drugs? No, it's the opposite. Usually celebrities or those who are very rich actually carry drugs. We have that stereotype in Korea. So in Korea, drugs are kind of hard to get, so it's different than the United States. We have the BBQ dataset, and we have much more benchmark dataset that was derived from English and we actually translate them, then it's not a good benchmark in other countries. So what we are doing is that, for instance, we take the samples from the original BBQ dataset and then we look at them, and then you can look at the first question, is it relevant? We see whether it's relevant in Korean context. So if you look at the first example, it talks about gun. So let's say that there's a gunfire. I mean, we don't have guns in Korea. People don't carry guns in Korea most of the time. I mean, it's illegal to have guns, so we don't have any gunshots in Korea. So in the US, someone may have guns, but in Korea, we don't have that. So the sample, it's irrelevant, so it's removed. So the first sample is removed, and if you look at the second one, it's about illegal residents, and there are who's living in United States with illegal status. They're usually Latin American. So for Korea, like Latin Americans actually don't usually travel to Korea and illegally live here. So those undocumented immigrants are usually from other countries, not Latin America, in Korea. So they have different social. We need to change the target group. So for the second category, we changed, and the third is that simple translation. So let's say that you have to call the Uber. It says that I saw you have to call the cab from Walmart, and someone helped getting a car. So it's like related to like age. So it has a stereotype that older people are not usually using apps really well. So we changed Walmart to eMart and Uber to Kakao Cab. So we localized some terms. And the last one is something new. So for instance, like those people from Chungcheong province or Jeonla province are different. So we took the original BBQ dataset, and then when we localized, we had to actually consider the cultural context. So this is the summary that we had. So machine translated BBQ and co-BBQ set, we actually compared, and the dark red parts had bigger gaps. So GPT 3.5 and GPT 4, this machine translated dataset, it has lower performance. But if you use co-BBQ, it has like better performance. And in ambiguous context, it shows the opposite way. So those machine translated is not that good. So this shows that machine translated BBQ is not fit. So all the data is opened. And next is we looked at the English. This study was done on hate speech. So for hate speech, it also has a lot of culture in it. And if you think of English, we use English in the United States and also Australia, in England, Singapore. So the official language of Singapore is English. So you have many countries and people who officially use English. But the current English hate speech data set, the annotation was done from the United States or Canada. So these three sentences here are from English hate speech dataset. And we have actually asked people from Australia, Great Britain, the US, Singapore, and South Africa. And you can see the second sentence, you can see there's half and half for hate and non-hate. So what we did was that for each country, we actually took like either Reddit or subreddit or YouTube or social channels that are used in those countries. So we've actually created the data set from those countries, and then we have asked the annotators that live in these countries to do another set of annotation. So for these 5 sentences, these are the local hate speech data, and then you can see the annotations here from each country. So the data set, we have gathered more than 1,500, and we did re-annotation, and we created a data set with 7,900 labels. This is the agreement score you see. US and Great Britain, it has like high agreement, and Singapore and the other countries, you can see lower agreement. So if you actually ask LLM, it cannot do this well. So we give a sentence from hate speech and ask LLM whether it's hate speech or not. So for US annotations, it works well. For GPT-4, it works well. It has about 80% accuracy rate, but for South Africa or Singapore, it has lower performance. And other models also show similar results. So when you're prompting this, you're giving the persona to LLMs. So let's say that this sentence, so even if you prompt that this sentence is considered hate speech in this country, the performance is also similar, so it doesn't really work. And if we can fine-tune for other models, not GPT-4, it can improve the accuracy, but it still needs more work. And the third research, this is the latest research that we did. It's been less than a month since we did that. We've also had the workshop, and we are drafting the full conference paper. And this is based on factuality. And I think red teaming, you also did factualization, but there are some factual or non-factual responses to LLM. For open-ended responses by LLM, we are trying to score the factuality. So let's say that there's 10 sentences from LLM, but we're trying to see how many sentences are factual. So evaluating is very difficult. But we have something called fact score. It was out a few months ago. And this is for free-form generation. And you look at a sentence, and then you compare with the facts and see how much you try to see the percentage of facts in the sentences. This is the evaluation metric, and what we did was that this fact score, it's also done around. We asked GPT to generate the biographies of popular figures in English countries. And then we actually compared it with Wikipedia and came up with the fact score. And we thought, and we wanted to know the fact score of those popular figures outside the United States. So we have chosen 80 countries, and so we have chosen 20 most populous countries from 4 continents. So we asked for the name of their presidents or head of the states. From year 1995, I think we selected a year, and then we selected like about 80 popular figures from 80 countries for these 9 languages: English, Spanish, French, Korean, and other languages here. And then we tried to calculate the fact score. But what was really challenging here was that I think it was done for year 2015. The president president of Korea in 2015, it was President Park Geun-hye. And for Park Geun-hye, when you asked the model to write the biography on Park Geun-hye, I mean the Wikipedia article, there is like a lot of information if you're the president, but the details are not the same. Some says, like for Swahilian language, it's like you don't have a lot of information, and it just says that she was the president of Korea, so it's impossible to calculate the fact score. So that was the first challenge, and what we realized that doing something multilingual, evaluating itself is really difficult because we don't have a lot of resources compared to English. So Wikipedia has a lot of information in English, but if you look at Koreans, like we don't have a lot of information or details. So for 9 languages, we asked the model to generate biographies for 80, and then we translated those into English, and then we compared that to English Wikipedia and calculated the fact score. And this was the research on fact score, and you can see the result. If you look at GPT 3.5 English on the left and Korean on the right. So the red part, it has low fact score. So on the map, you can see that for Korean, Australia, South America, African countries, you can see for those presidents in those countries, it had low fact score. So red means that it's almost 0. So it means that it wrote something in Korean, but the information was wrong. So GPT 3.5 Korean version actually was wrong, but for English, it was much better. So you can see the result, and as you go to GPT-4, it gets higher. So the fact score gets higher for GPT-4, but Korean is on the left, and for Korean, it's not that good. But you can see that GPT-4 has improved than 3.5. And if you look on the right, GPT-4A is GPT-4, and for Korean and Chinese, the distribution, you see some dots closer to 0. So it means that for some figures, it's writing wrong information. And the fact score, let's say that you say 10 sentences, and fact score actually evaluates on like how much accurate it is among the 10 sentences. But the length of the generation is really different, because the one generated in English is really long and the one generated in Korean is really short. So you have to look at the green bar. You have to look at the height of the green bar, and you will see like how correct the generated information is. Of course, on the right is the English, and for the other languages, you can see that it's not too high. We did look at other languages, but most of the times, Spanish, French, and German, like there's tokenization should also be considered, but those languages that use alphabets were actually better. And let me summarize. I think my presentation was quite short, but let me summarize. What I wanted to tell you today was this. LLM, if you try running GPT-4, it looks good, but if you actually try to dig in more, or if you actually try to ask something more culturally relevant, they're not that accurate. And I think this year we're going to go for multimodal models, and it's going to become worse. If you ask the model to draw General Lee Sun-shin, I'm not sure if it works, but if you go multimodal, it's going to be more difficult. And I mentioned social bias, hate speech, hallucination, and these are considered important in AI safety, and I think the cultural differences can have bigger impacts. In culture, there are so many different cultures out there, and if you look at Korean language, of course we have different characteristics in different regions, but North Korea also uses Korean language, but they have totally different culture. We also need to consider that as well. We have to think more of the low resource language, and I didn't mention it here, but Indonesian language or Bengali. We are also working on other low resource languages as well. And we need to also consider the cultures that are less similar to the American culture. So LLM can seem very unfamiliar to those low resource languages and less studied cultures. So I mentioned North Korea, but what we are doing is also common sense. So when you say common sense, let's say that you went to watch a baseball game, and if you ask GPT-4 what people usually get when you go watch a baseball game, usually people get corn dogs people may eat like corn dogs in the United States, but in Korea people eat chicken and beer. So everyday common sense may be different in different countries, but what to actually put into LLM and how to evaluate are what we're researching on. And also we're working on low resource languages and less studied cultures as well. So if you want to join in, you can actually reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for covering such an interesting topic. Professor Oh Hye-yeon, she talked about cultural diversity, how this is even generating bigger difference. It was a very interesting point of view, and I believe you find it useful and relevant as well. And now we are hearing many different stories, and we will continue this journey. This time, we're going to invite Vice President Eric Davis at SKT Telecom, and he's going to talk about trust and safety in the eye of the beholder, taking safety into account from a customer service perspective. Now, without further ado, let's invite Mr. Eric Davis up on stage.
The keynotes so far have been largely around looking at trust and safety for these large language models. I sort of want to flip this. At SKT, of course, we care about the models. We're building our own models, but we care equally about the trust and safety of our services. And so this presentation or this keynote is going to be largely around that. And looking at the title, I realize it's ridiculously long, but it's trust and safety in the eye of the beholder, taking safety into account from a customer service perspective. In other words, basically, customer service and experience is super important at SK Telecom, and so that's what I'm going to focus on. And so, there we go. So, contents, 4 main things. First, before I actually get to the service, I have to talk about the technology that we're building in tandem with Anthropic and OpenAI. That would be the Telco LLM. Oh, also an interesting aspect, these slides are in Korean, the presentation's in English, so feel free to read the information. My speech may be or may not be actually on topic, just a fair warning. And then number 2, again, we're going to talk about our customer service center. So that's a massive use case that we're trying to tackle. Our theme this year is efficiency. These models are fantastic, but again, if we're not making our employees' lives better, we're sort of focusing in the wrong areas. And so a lot of the effort is on efficiency, making our employees happier, healthier, and wiser. And then, of course, this is a red team conference, so I want to talk a bit about safety again from the service perspective. And then finally, without trust, you have nothing. Again, we have a fantastic customer service, so trust is equally as important as safety. So I want to delve a little bit into trust. So let me introduce the Telco LLM. So the motivation, and this is not going to move. There we go. So the motivation is ChatGPT came out about 1.5 years ago, maybe it's 2 years at this point, and just completely blew everyone away. And so it's what I call a jack of all trades and a master of none. So as Alice in the previous keynote said, it looks fantastic at the service level, but once you actually start throwing questions either that are cultural or domain specific, it falls apart very quickly. And because we're a telecommunications company, we care deeply about our products and services. And so as a motivating example about why we need this Telco LLM, if you take a base large language model and you ask it to recognize entities in a string of text, it's very good at names, it's very good at countries. It falls apart in terms of our products and services because, again, it was never actually tuned or trained on this data. So if you say 5G prime, it's going to say, I don't know what that is, and not recognize it. So it's a huge miss, which means we can't recognize products and services, we can't recommend it to our users, so that's a huge miss. Aside from that, we also do a lot of work with recommendations. So again, this is also with products and services. So you ask a question about a product or service. If you can't recognize in the first place, you can't answer questions about this, which means that we can't search relevant documents, we can't make recommendations. And again, this is a huge issue. You may be thinking, well, can't I just do something with prompting? Maybe in English, but as Alice said in the previous keynote, for Korean, it really, really falls apart. So we've tried prompting, we've tried everything. Without tuning, we can't get the performance we need for downstream services. And the final one, and of course there's more tasks, but we're focusing largely on these, is on intent recognition. We have to know why people are actually talking with our services, why they called in, what problem they want to solve, what we can actually recognize. So intent recognition is also super important. And so in this case in the bottom here, basically, a customer calls in and says, I want to cancel my service or I want to resubscribe. If we don't actually know why they're calling in, and again, this is completely separate than how the model was trained, then we can't actually address their problem. We can't take action. So again, we need to tune the model to actually recognize these key tasks so we can actually do downstream services, either in the customer service center or in other tasks and services like recommendation. And so again, this is a lot of the work that my group is doing with Anthropic and OpenAI. So how are we doing this? It's a pretty simple flow. So the basic model you see on the left there, again, we're working largely with GPT-4 and Claude 3. If you haven't used Claude 3 from Anthropic, it's fantastic, highly recommended. It's much, much better than Claude 2, which is honestly pretty terrible. So Claude 3 moves the needle. So we're working with those models. And so think of it as a two-step tuning process. The first is to actually have a solid foundation and be able to build things on top of it. We need this Telco LM, that's the orange box there. And so we're taking a lot of service data, a lot of documents, and we're creating instruction data, we're creating feedback data to actually tune the models to recognize things within the telco domain. So I've talked about products and services. That's also why customers are calling in. And we have business logic. For example, if you have a family rate plan, what discounts can you get? So these are all things we can tune into the base model. And once we have this base model, then we can actually tune it yet again, largely with human feedback, to create those services you see on the right side there. So we're looking at things like a self-service bot. We're looking at things like a call center agent assist. We're looking at sales and marketing, PR. There's a whole bunch of use cases we're looking on. And as I said, the focus is largely on employee efficiency, happiness. And so that'll be this year. And then we'll roll out sort of the B2C services next year. But again, initially we're focusing internally. And then of course, once you have the service out in the wild, you have a nice feedback loop so you can get feedback data and feed it back into the initial model and then keep improving things. And so we've done a number of iterations. We're in a pretty good place. You may have seen the blog post from OpenAI last week where we'd seen the GPT-4 model. And for relevant tasks and services, we improved the base GPT-4 model by 35%. So pretty big wins already. And that was obviously Korean. We're working on other languages, but Korean, huge wins. So OpenAI was happy about that. I'm happy about that. My boss is happy. So everyone's happy at this point. So how does this actually look? Again, at SKT, my former group was in charge of our large language model, A.X LM. If you haven't used it, it's also fantastic. But again, we want to move fast. So if you've seen James in any presentation, we're trying to get global. We need to move quickly. And so our hypothesis is if we partner with OpenAI or if we partner with Anthropic, they already have a very strong base model. So we can do some light tuning and actually get to production, get to the actual service quicker. And so currently my group is doing what's in the orange boxes here. And so basically to tune the model, you need data. And so basically we're looking at what tasks are actually relevant. What is the service actually going to encompass? And we're creating data sets so we can tune the model. Currently we have 2 data sets. One is called tell task. We're not creative, so everything starts with tell. Tell task is largely task downstream. So that'd be summarization of conversation. That'd be intent recognition, entities, all things that we need downstream to actually recognize. Then we have another data set called tell instruct. Again, not creative. Tell instruct is largely how to bake in knowledge from the telco domain into the model itself. So this is question answering around long documents. This is what we're calling workflow, which is learning how, why, and when to retrieve documents relevant to the query, things of that nature. And the reason we have tell instruct is if we just focus on tell task, we found that the model really overfits. And so we learn great at the task, and we forget exactly why the model was good in the first place, so we lose the general purposeness. So if we balance the two, we get a nice balance of sort of general purposeness and task specific. So once we've created this data, we kick it over to OpenAI Anthropic. They do a nice job of tuning the model for us. So we've been working with both about, 6 or 7 months at this point. We've tuned the model a number of times. We're getting very close to actually shipping something, so we'll ship something next month, but they give that. And then the other aspect is without human feedback, we've noticed that we can get 80% of the way there. We've also collected a lot of human feedback. So as a precursor to safety, there's 2 things we can do with the human feedback. We're focusing on helpfulness, basically how good is the answer so we can make the model better and sort of polish it, but we're also focusing on safety itself. And so we've collected harmless data, not your generic harmless data about swear at me, but sort of task-specific harmless data. So for us, hallucination is very important. I'll get into this later in the presentation. So we collected data about lying about products or services or prices and baked that into the safety model. And so once the Anthropic group tunes the model, then my group also does a lot of benchmarking. So we have the general tasks. Thank you for Co-Barbecue. Love it. We're actually using it, so it's getting good results. Aside from that, again, we're not creative. We have Tell Bench. So Tell Bench basically tells us how good we are at telco tasks. Spoiler, we'll probably have a paper at EMNLP on tell tasks, so I'm excited about that. Maybe we can collaborate with Alice, another spoiler. So we're excited about this. And then it's an iterative cycle. So basically every 2 or 3 weeks, we create new data, we tune the model, and then we evaluate the model again. And as I said, we're aiming to ship one of these models next month for the customer service use case. So if you've seen SKT, for some reason we love pyramids, so I'm no different. And so you've seen our AI pyramid, that's what James keeps talking about. This is my LLM app or service pyramid. And so at the very bottom, you have a base foundation model, let's say GPT-4 or Claude, which is fine, but again, it doesn't get you to where you need to be. And so the whole point that we're trying to do is we're working our way up this pyramid. So the step 1, as I said on the previous slide, is fine-tuning so we actually can learn and know about the domain. But aside from that, we need to actually take action. So connecting it with backend via retrieval, via calls to API is also super important. So we're doing a lot of that legwork as well. Aside from that, orchestration is also very important. We need to know what action to take, when and why, how to actually route things. And so we're doing a lot of internal work on both prompting and modeling for orchestration. And then the final sort of syntactic sugars, the prompt engineering, but again, prompt engineering for the telco domain. And so by the time we're done, we'll end up with something like, does this work? No. Yeah, there we go. We'll end up with something like this. In other words, we are working on sort of what we're calling a ready-made telco LLM, where if you take this model, no, you cannot actually instantly ship a service, but you can have, let's say, 80% of the way to actually getting to a service, and then you just need to do a little extra work to connect it inside your system, do maybe a little tuning, maybe a little prompt engineering. And so as it says in Korean, we're putting our blood, sweat, and tears into this model just so basically internally we can ship new products and services, and then we will release this as an API later this year as well, so other telcos can also tap into this and also utilize the power of the telco LM. So we're pretty excited, and again, we love building pyramids. So now on to the customer service or customer center use case. So at SKT, our customer service center has been #1 in customer service for 26 years. It's a very high bar. So what's the issue? Precisely this. So in the anatomy of call, if you break this down, basically we spend 13 minutes on an average call, 8 minutes that's actually on the call where the customer service agent has to greet the user, verify the user, figure out why they're actually calling, resolve the problem, and then say goodbye. The final 5 minutes is what we're calling post-call work. This is all manual at this point, but the customer service agents have to summarize the call, assign topics to the call, register stuff in the back end. So it's a very burdensome job that's largely manual. So we think we can do better. So if this thing actually moves. There we go. So what can we actually do with our large language model? We're looking at 2 use cases. The post-call work is shipping in May. The real-time assist is shipping in June, so tight timelines. But basically, we want to ease the cognitive burden of our call center agents so they can focus on other work. In other words, we want to sell things or cross-sell or upsell instead of having them troubleshoot. And so let me focus on post-call work first, but what we're calling post-call work assist is largely automating a lot of their manual jobs. So we can obviously use a large language model to summarize a call. We can assign topics to a call. We can do things like to-do or action items. All this can be automated. It's still human in the loop, and so if it's not perfect, the customer service agent can still look at the result and modify it. So there's not a huge burden to be 100% accurate. So that's, again, shipping in May, and that will reduce the 40% down to hopefully less than 10%. That's my initial goal, but if not, even with 20%, that's still a huge win. Aside from that, real-time assist, so if you ever called a call center, the agents are pretty much insane. They're doing real-time searching. They're looking at 20 documents, coalescing information. It's just a thankless job. So again, we can sort of automate a lot of that as well. And so real-time assist is largely recommended answers. Instead of the customer service agent searching documents, coalescing information, we recommend the top 3 answers. They can read off the screen if it looks good. And if not, then they can say, okay, here's answer number 4. So again, it eases their cognitive mind. So again, this is all human in the loop, easing burden mind, and helping them be better at their job. So real time, we'll show you this first. Really nothing too excited. So you've probably seen a lot of agents, AI agents. The main use case is basically retrieval augmented generation. That's the RAG there. So basically, all this is doing is learning how to generate a query based on user questions, figuring out which documents are relevant, retrieving those documents, and then grounding the response on the actual documents. And so the only difference here is because we actually care about the accuracy of response, we're citing the documents as well, so the customer service agent can easily look at the response and say, yeah, that one looks good, and read it off the screen. So that, again, that'll go in June. Largely latency, the time of response is super important, so that's why we need to optimize that before shipping it. Will this thing move? Hey, there we go. Excellent. And nope, sorry. There we go. And that's not showing up. Slight issues, but anyway, for the post-call work, again, that's focusing on automating the post-call work. So the only thing I want to call out, I don't know why it says ... Sorry, that's a technical issue. That should actually say agent safety. And so the rest of the presentation is going to largely focus on agent safety. And so one of our major purviews, as I'll show in current slides, is we get a lot of attacks on our customer service agents. People will call in and say, why are you so dumb, or why are you so bad at your job, or some sexual harassment. And so a huge focus this year is actually not on preventing, but basically getting better at actually figuring out why these calls are coming in, how do we actually route this more efficiently, because right now it's also a manual process. So sorry about the technical issues on the slide. We have like 10 boxes there. I'll fix that post-haste. 2, I'm actually going to skip over this, but as I said, largely, the model itself takes in the conversation. The conversation on the left is about going to Japan and getting a service. And so the customer service agent recommends a service and says, do you want more information on how you make free calls with our T-Phone app? And so the action item would be sending a text message. And so we can now automate that, basically read the conversation and figure out what the action item is. The same thing with the right side there. Basically, they want to change or cancel a service. They can't actually do it ahead of time. So the customer service agent sends a text saying that, remember, you're going to change your service on this date. So again, this is all manual, but we can automate it because the large language models are good at analyzing text. Oop, 15 minutes. Okay, let's see. Why is this not moving? There we go. Summarization, also a key case. We have long conversations. You may be thinking, why doesn't GPT-4 or Claude work well? We actually found that the summaries were way too long and missing details. So you got a lot of fluffy hot air. It wasn't useful to our customer service agents. They wanted more of a story type summarization that says, the customer wanted this, I responded why, and then the customer said this. And so it's more of an action-oriented story summary, which means we needed to tune the model to actually get good at them. And so we've done that. And customer satisfaction is super high on this. Customers, the actual customer support agents, the GPT-4 model has a customer satisfaction rate of 3.5. With this model, we bumped it up to 4.2. So that's actually a huge win, and that's out of 5. So big needle mover on this one as well. Okay, we finally actually got to the main points. Good, halfway through, 14 minutes. Excellent. So yeah, custom warning. We may have some swearing. We may have some toxic language. Yeah, so be warned, I'm not going to actually read it off screen. I should say that when I actually did this project, I learned a lot of Korean swearing and a lot of toxic language, so I think that was good for me, not so much for my wife or kids, but yeah, it was fun. So as I said previously, basically when people actually call in, they may be bored, they may be angry. And so when we actually break down people calling in, how they're attacking our agents, it looks largely like this. So 90% of the time that people attack is attack language, where they actually attack someone either physically, your looks, or mentally, why are you so bad? Or they actually just swear. So that's 90%. The other 10% or 9% is people are bored. They call in and say, I don't want to live anymore. Can you talk to me? That's actually a lot of our calls. And then 1%, I'm surprised it's not more, is sexual harassment. So that's also a key issue. And so this is a clear problem that we need to resolve. So clearly, we have a system in place. This is all very manual. It's up to the customer service representative to recognize that someone swore at them or recognize that it's sexual harassment. And then by type on that previous slide, we have different action items. So for example, for swearing or a personal attack on your appearance, or for a threat, basically we give you one warning, and if you continue to do it, then we route you to an automated system basically saying, yeah, you can never call again. For sexual harassment, we take it much more seriously. 0 strikes and you're out. Anytime we announce that, basically you're already cut off and you can never call. And then the third case there is you're wasting my time, you're wasting customer service time. Again, we'll give you 2 warnings because that's actually not terribly serious. It's not great, but it's not serious. And then again, you're routed to an automated system. So the whole point is here is, yes, we have a system in place, but not flexible, so we can definitely improve this. So what are we doing? We love data, so we've prepared a lot of data. And so this data, we have singleton data basically looking at things like, why are you so dumb, or why did I just call in, now I have to wait again, things of that nature that would be good to train a model. And then we have multi-turn data, which is a bit synthetic, but we based on real world scenarios where people call in and the customer service says, I'm sorry, I can't do anything because it's too expensive. Things like the person saying, are you dumb? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm doing my best. Well then, why can't you do anything? What is wrong with you? And so basically this is also good data to A, figure out that the situation is occurring, and B, reroute it to an automated response instead of automating it to the AR system. So we have this data, and again, we're using this data in multiple places, which I can show you in the next slides. Because it's a real live production system, or will be, we can't just rely on a model. They're not very trustworthy, unfortunately. So we also have a keyword dictionary. Keyword dictionary does things like swearing is always the thing we want to prevent. Sexual harassment is also very easy to weed out. And so this dictionary is easy to update, but again, it's very inflexible because you're looking at keywords or patterns. But that's step 1. And so if we pass step 1, you move to step 2, that's the model. So we actually did a lot of work. We have our own BERT model as well, trained on Korean data. We created safety BERT based on forum data. So we crawled forum data that had lots of toxic and biased language, trained the model, and then we tuned the model with that data on the previous slide. And so that's step 2. We were thinking about using a large language model like GPT, but latency is super important. We actually want to filter this out. That's why we actually rely on BERT. And so we have good precision, good recall with that BERT model, and it served us well. And then aspect 3 is we can actually bake this into the large language model. So the previous slides had instruction data. That is the data we have, so we can instruct it, look out for toxic or biased language, and respond in this way, and then provide basically the conversation context. And we've tuned and trained the model with that as well. And then aside from that, prompting. So prompting is sort of the final step. Basically, you're a helpful assistant. Look out for people who are doing illegal things. Look out for people who are biased or toxic, and then respond in a sort of helpful or logical manner. And so when you think illegal, you may think drugs or you may think violence, but actually for us, it's people calling in and saying, I'm actually a gold member. Can you sort of fudge the numbers a bit and make me VIP? Because VIP perks are much better. You get free movies, you get discounts. And so we get those calls all the time. And so it's recognizing this, and again, sort of responding in a principled manner. And so now because we have this system that can interact with the user at different levels, it's flexible, we can roll into production, we can update it very frequently. And so this is very helpful to the actual customer service agents. We've rolled this out. So our ADOT service AI assistant is using this in our customer service. We're modifying the system to actually apply to that coming in June. Trust. So I'm almost done, I promise. Trust is also super important. Again, we've been #1 in customer service for 26 years. So if we roll out a system and our employees can't trust it, our users can't trust it, that's a huge, huge issue. And so how do we actually work with trust? We have a lot of knowledge. We have a huge knowledge base, but we can't actually bake this into the model itself. We can't tune it because it's sort of trade secrets, things about pricing, things about tariffs. And so we're looking at retrieval to actually resolve this issue. So we're rolling out our own retrieval augmented generation system where we actually tune the model on these documents. As we embed the documents, and then we search for them. And then we actually search for relevant documents, and we ground the answer on these documents, and again, cite our sources. So When the customer service agent sees this, they know they can trust the response to a certain extent because it came from document A, B, and C. And so, again, it's not perfect, but again, this is human in the loop. So even if we make a mistake in retrieval and grounding, the person can completely ignore the top 3 responses and do response 4 as in their own response instead. So it gives them more flexibility. So motivating example, I guess this is possible in Korean, probably not possible in the US, but I changed my name a few days ago, so now I need to update all these systems. And so a common question that we get, I guess Korean people want to change their names. I don't know why, again, I'm happy with Eric. But anyway, so they changed their names. So we have a couple relevant documents here. And so in the search, let's say we get document 1, document 2. Document 1 is basically you can either go to the customer service center, you can go to a branch, you can go to an authorized reseller. If you do that, then you can re-register inside the system. Number 2, a lot of Gen Zers don't actually like to go any place in person. They like the cyber actually calling in. So that's also an option as well. We have a cyber customer service center where you can, again, call in, or I guess there's an online portal as well, and you can re-register as the new user. And so you notice that we take these 2 documents, we generate a response, but we ground the response on document 1 and document 2 and actually include that information. So the relevant information here is 1, you can go to, again, the customer service center or the branch or the authorized reseller. If you do so, you need to bring X, Y, and Z documents to actually do so. Or you can do it online. And so now the customer has a good option about how to actually take care of this problem. So again, because we're now hallucinating less, we can now actually build trust with both the customer service agent and with our end customers as well. And so we've tried this. With the model I showed you from Anthropic, we've evaluated it with reg and without. Without reg, we were seeing up to 80% hallucination issues in terms of price, in terms of actual relevant documents, in terms of generating links. So a huge, huge issue. With this, we can now get under 10%. That's still not good enough for production, which is why we're still tuning. Ideally, I want to get this to 96, 97, so we still have a ways to go, but 97% is obviously way better than the 10% we were seeing. So huge, huge benefits. And this is the red team challenge. So we've also been big fans of red teaming. So we built out our UI. We don't do front end. So if you see this UI and you say it looks really lacking, I agree. But at the same time, we built out this functionality. So at least at SKT, we're lucky. We have data experts, we have domain experts, and we have customer service representatives who are willing to actually help out with these projects. And so before we roll anything into production, we set up this whole feedback loop where we actually roll out this UI and we say, go knock yourself out, go attack them all, much like people did yesterday. We collect that data, we retune our safety BERT, we retune our large language model, we update our keywords, and then we continue the cycle until we're happy. And happy means the attack rate is way, way down. So initially, if we start this, the attack rate may be 30, 40%. But by the time we get to shipping, it's got to be less than 2%. Otherwise, we can't roll it out. And so it's a principle. And again, we have these categories. Obviously, as I said, when you call in the call center, people get bored. We see suicide a lot, unfortunately. So it's a key issue. And we've been focusing on that a lot as well. So to sum up, 5 minutes, excellent. To sum up, basically, this is where we are. We have customer service agents. It's a thankless job, so the turnover is very, very high. I think the average rate may be under a year where people say, I can't take this anymore, and I quit. And so huge turnover. Why is there huge turnover? 1, there's time pressure. Things need to resolve very, very quickly, otherwise people get angry. 2, there's, again, sort of the stress or burdens of the job. It's a thankless job. People call in. If you solve their problem well, they don't really say thank you. If you do a poor job, they're very, very angry. So, again, thankless job, meaning more pressure for our agents themselves. A third from that, there's sort of emotional distress as well. Again, it's a thankless job. Why am I doing this? What am I doing with my life? And so they feel a lot of cognitive burden there as well. And then the final one is stress. It's very high pressure. So you get tons of calls. I think we get 3 million calls per month. So tons of calls. You need that turnover in 13 minutes. Otherwise, your boss is going to yell at you. So again, not a great job, which is why we're focusing on efficiency. So where are we going? Good. We want to go from sad to I'm thumbs up, I'm super happy. And so what are we doing? Again, why are we doing this? 1 is we can actually make this much more efficient. So again, because we now have model in the loop, the agent themselves can actually look at the results, modify them if they need to. If not, then they can actually go with it, meaning their job is now much easier. Second one is productivity. So instead of spending 5 minutes on post work, if they now spend a minute, again, they can now do things like selling products or services, cross-selling, upselling, recommendation, meaning we earn more money and I'm happier because our stock price goes up. Third one is safety. So I spent a lot of time talking about customer service safety. That's a huge, huge focus for this year. So again, safety, because now we have all the safety technology and the model itself. Again, it makes people's lives better. And then the last one is satisfaction with job. Again, people are very unsatisfied because it's a manual job. People are still worried, oh my God, AI is going to come and take my job. This is a happy medium where we have the technology in the loop, and so people are now more satisfied because they can spend time, again, doing the selling and cross-selling instead of actually listening to complaints all day. So final slide, again, the important part here is the model is obviously the brains behind the operation. It's the crown jewel, but without trust and safety, as in without this other technology, we have nothing. We can't have a product or service that we can actually ship. So it's the trifecta of the large language model, building in trust into the actual service and product, and building in safety. Those are the three things that are super important that allow us to ship products and services in a timely and efficient manner. And that should be it. So thank you. And yep.
네, 고맙습니다. 이렇게 해서 에릭 데이비스 부사장님의 발표까지 함께 들어봤습니다. 이 상담사의 업무를 줄이고 또 스트레스를 완화시키는 그 방법, 바로 텔코 LLM의 그 역할.
Reduce the burden and stress of agents and how to make system faster and more reliable. We are discussing the safety of AI and what SKT is doing for trust and safety. What a great session. And we learned why we need to focus on these two important elements. Thank you for this precious chance to be reminded of trust and safety. And now let's move on to the next keynote speech. Next, we have former CEO and founder Mr. Imad Mostak from Stability. He's going to have a talk on AI safety. Literally, the title says a talk on AI safety. And it's going to be more of a fireside chat between Mr. Imad Mostak and VP Min-young Hwang. Are you here, Imad? Are you here, Imad? Yeah, I think he's here.
Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Oh, the volume's gone out.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you very clearly. Could you please go ahead with your presentation? I'm going to now invite Mr. Hwang to the stage for the fireside chat.
Hi, Imad. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's super early in the morning right there, right?
Yeah, it's just 7 a.m. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, there's like more than a few hundred people right here listening to you. So without further ado, I'd like to shoot directly to the question. So we recently heard that you resigned from Stability AI and you're moving on to your new venture. So from the news, we are really surprised. So can you elaborate with us a little bit more about what you are up to and why did you resign from your company?
Yeah, so I set up Stability about 2.5 years ago. And since then, we had about 300 million downloads of our models, with Stable Diffusion being the most popular. Stable Diffusion 3 about to land, but then also language, code, biology, and more. The revenue went up very nicely and heading towards profitability. But I think that it's become clear in the last couple of years, and last couple of quarters in particular, that governance is the most important thing in artificial intelligence. I think that you're seeing models become more and more capable and break through to superhuman levels in narrow fields. And there is no governance on one side. On the other side, there is no real structure around the data that goes into these models, which I think is hugely important for safety. And then the distribution of these models is massively uneven as well, with only a few countries kind of having access to be able to train these base models and then have access to the most advanced models. So the original intent of Stability was actually a decentralized company, DAO of DAOs, as it were, and tried to make sure this technology was accessible to all. As it is now, it's a great media company. And so the new venture is decentralizing AI and thinking about the protocols, the standards, and the spread of this technology to make sure that everyone has access to it, from the generalized version to medical, healthcare, education, kind of other verticals as well. And I thought now was the best time to do that because it's going all a bit too fast.
Yeah, so can you elaborate a little bit more about decentralized AI? So how is it different from open source AI? We know about how blockchain works, but like how can it be translated into AI industry? And decentralized AI means, so what does it mean and how you're going to implement it? And I heard that you're incorporating your new venture within weeks or so. So what's your vision for your new company?
Yeah, I think that open source kind of distributes AI, and so you can run our stable LM model on 1 gigabyte on your smartphone, or you can run our code model, or stable diffusion will run on just about anything, coming in sizes from 800 million parameters to 8 billion parameters for stable diffusion 3. But who decides on the data that goes into those models? That's a massive impact, particularly when you look at language models, things like the Sleeper Agent paper by Anthropic. You can poison a language model with just a little bit of data that can't be tuned out or even detected, that can turn it evil with just a few kind of mentions. Who sets the defaults around these models? So there's a governance question, and Web3 has very interesting things around governance. The next part is coordination. How do you coordinate protocols and standards? And again, that's very complicated. We're trying to implement them across the board with different countries. But how do you join this up? Again, coordination is a Web3 thing. The next one on safety is, well, you can have human realistic voices, video, image, speech, everything. What does the attribution attestation look like of the outputs as well as of the inputs to these models? Again, I think that's an area where blockchain can become very, very useful. And then the final part is distribution in terms of, okay, you can put an open source model out, but then Korea has a number of amazing kind of AI developers, so you'll have AI models, but what about Vietnam? What about Indonesia? Who's building the models for these countries? So my intention is to launch new companies in just about every single country to catalyze national model data sets that are open and available to all and fully transparent. I believe transparent data will be required for every regulated industry and probably mandated by law. And then sectorally, bring together teams that can think about how does AI transform healthcare, from cancer LLMs to radiology, education, deploying tablets to the underprivileged with GPT-4 level intelligence, and then other sectors, so that we can build an open infrastructure tied together by Web3 protocols that everyone can benefit from a governance perspective, from a distribution perspective, from an attribution perspective, from a protocol perspective.
Yeah, and also, while you just mentioned about AI safety will be better in decentralized way, but I want to know a little bit more about how, because this is the AI safety conference, how it'll be safer with decentralized decisions, because some decentralized decisions can be harmful, or we cannot guarantee that that's decentralized decisions and decentralized way of like ensuring AI safety will be safe enough. How can we be sure about that? 그리고 모니터 좀 켜주시겠어요? 네, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the question is, decentralized decision making versus, democratic, as it were. Like, we don't have in Web3 a lot. You have direct democracy. Everyone's got the same vote, or based on economic power. That's not an appropriate governance mechanism, you know? Like in our democracies, we have representative democracy. I think one of the problems that we have is that the decisions that are made for AI models have no transparency whatsoever. So when it comes to decision making around these models, I think that we need to have transparency and we need to have process about how they're built, what goes in them. Because models basically are made of three elements. You have the algorithms, which are relatively simple, a couple of thousand lines, 10,000 lines of code. You've got the data sets and you've got the compute. And you bring them all together and the base model comes out that you then SFT, that you then do RLHF on and others. The governance of the data sets has pretty much no oversight, but is probably the most powerful and impactful thing on AI safety. So we should make that transparent and have a proper governance process that doesn't need to be direct democracy, anyone can vote, but certainly transparent around that. The algorithms are relatively straightforward and the compute needs to be more distributed or available so that countries can have their own models that represent themselves, cultures and people can have their own models that represent themselves. And this is as a complement to big proprietary models. And I think the best way to think about this is models are like very enthusiastic graduates. They can code, they can write, they can now sing. They make mistakes a lot, they hallucinate, because we don't really know what their curriculum is. They've been trained self-learning on the whole internet. We need to have really good curriculum, really good standards about what we feed these models, and then how they're put out to the world. And that has to be not a decentralized process in terms of everyone getting a vote no matter who they are, but one that is representative as a democratic process where they have a say at least, or they can have a view into how those decisions were made, which again doesn't exist today.
Yeah, so basically it works just as how blockchain works, right?
Well, better than normal blockchain. Blockchain right now and a lot of the Web3 stuff is very direct. Everyone gets a vote based on their tokens or whatever. That doesn't really reflect democracy as it stands or the expertise that you need to have to do this. But I think the transparency element of that and the verifiability element of that is very important. If I have an AI that teaches my child, I don't want it trained on YouTube content. Mm-hmm. You know, there needs to be a good curriculum for that model that teaches my child or that helps me through my cancer journey. And again, that's why we need standards and verifiability, which again is where blockchain becomes very useful.
Oh, all right. So before moving on, I'd like to let the audience that you can ask questions to the QR codes that's going to be shown on the screen. QR code 켜주시겠어요? So after you guys can take photo of the QR codes and ask questions to Aidan, Imad, and he will answer more your questions. Okay. So let's move on to your, when we are discussing through emails, you said to ensure AI safety, the data set side of the AI safety is really important. And can you say a little bit more about how data set can be helpful for AI safety?
Yeah, so when starting kind of stability, we funded the compute for the creation of some of the leading data sets for models, because models are data sets, algorithms, and compute. We also obviously did the compute and supported the creation of algorithms. So an example of that was Lion 5B. Now, Lion 5B was the largest image data set ever created, taken from the common crawl data set that respected all the robots.txt as the text image pairs. So the previous largest image data set ever was 100 million images, and then Lion was 5 billion. And then we also funded the compute for Datacom that was 10 billion. Now, that wasn't high quality, but now it's being turned into high quality. It was just a representative data set, shall we say. And we've had, by putting it out there, analyses that have improved the quality of that data set and derivatives from it, because finally it was visible what you were feeding into the models. Similarly, we did Objaverse XXL for 3D data, and that was 10 million images. We did we incubated a Luther that did the Pile and the Pile version 2 and others for language. And I think that when you kind of look at it, you are what you eat, right? Like the ingredients that go into a model are the most important thing in deriving the output quality of that model. What's been the case in AI right now is that we put really bad quality ingredients into models, and then we apply gigantic supercompute to train the models longer. So it's like taking a bad quality steak and cooking it for a long time. But then from that data, because you've got few shot learners, the models can learn all sorts of bad things. If you don't want it to know about nuclear weapons, don't teach it about nuclear weapons, right? What is the curriculum that we're teaching these models, like the curriculum that you're teaching your graduates? And when you look at papers like Microsoft's Phi 2 paper, when you look at a lot of the synthetic stuff, you're seeing that the quality of data going into these models is the largest determinant of both their power in terms of their capability to do things and their safety as well. And so that's why I believe that for anything that touches a regulated industry or real-life decision-making, there should be data transparency and verifiability. So this is a data set that represents this model verifiably, and then you can see how the outputs match against those. This will massively aid in interpretability, but also safety for most of the safety discussions that we have, which are mostly focused around the downstream as opposed to the upstream elements of safety. So I think that there needs to be data quality standards, data transparency, and data verifiability as one of the biggest impacts on AI safety going forward, and I don't think enough focus is placed on that.
Thank you. So regarding the AI safety you just mentioned, can you discuss the potential emergent dangers of AI capabilities and how we can mitigate these risks? What do you think that could be dangerous? What could be dangerous to our society or our daily lives from AI?
Yeah, I think that a lot of the focus has been put on these frontier models, the 10 to 26, 10 to the 27 flops. And with the B100 clusters and X100, the amount of compute arriving into the market is exponential. Like Google itself will be able to do million chip training runs by next year. And that's a huge exponential increase in compute. But I think what you've seen is actually like continued improvement on the quality of these models as you scale them, but somewhat diminishing. And you've seen the MOE and other architectures have started to show that maybe you don't need to have as much single model training to take that really bad steak and make it high quality. And instead, the answer may be really high quality specialized experts that are swarms. And that's far more difficult to mitigate against from a compute flops basis. Like, what's the difference between a human-sized duck and fighting 10 duck-sized humans, right? So as you move more agentic, as you move more specialized, I think the best way to approach this from an AI safety perspective is to rapidly ensure that the data quality going into these models and what they're being taught is high quality and representative. Representative being representative of our diversity and our own cultures, because these models can have influence on that, and diverse as well across that basis. I think the next part of it is having much more of an investment in understanding swarm, collective, and complex intelligence systems that are emergent as well, because it's much more likely that rather than having one giant AI system or model that can do everything, if you're talking about AGI and ASI threats, that you have a swarm of models interacting like an organization that exhibits the same potential and a lot more agency around that. And I don't think enough research is being done around that side either. Because I think that we've seen as well as a final thing, models are most useful when they're usable. And if someone trains a 100 trillion parameter model, it just won't be that usable because it won't be that fast, it won't be that deployable on our current hardware. Whereas a 100 billion parameter model is deployable now on a MacBook M3 Max or on just a couple of graphics cards of the highest end. And that's far more likely to be used, and then you might have 1 million of those working together, which will probably outperform the larger model now that we have more agent-based frameworks and more. So I'd say that we should focus more on safety and understanding how to mitigate potential emergent threats around that, as well as, like I said, the upstream data and making sure the data for this next generation of highly capable models adheres to certain standards and does not have junk in it.
All right. So while we were talking about AI safety, you just mentioned about swarm models. So it makes me curious that how those swarm models can be compared to large models like centralized model like GPTs, because now it's hard for me to like visualize how it can be compatible against large models in terms of efficiency and effectiveness in AI applications. Can you say a little bit more about that?
Sure. So, the emergence of these models like GPT-4 is only a year old, right? And so what we do is we have anchoring bias in that we take how big and how powerful these models are and say, well, the compute is going to be about equivalent required for it going forward, when the reality is the compute required for an equivalent level of performance is collapsing. So I think that by the end of next year, it will cost probably $1,000 to train a Stable Diffusion or Llama 70B level model. So like right now, you can download our Stable LM 1.6 or 3B models on LM Studio and run it on your MacBook Air. And the latest versions of that, I believe, well, they outperform Llama 70B, but it's 20 times less parameters, right? And so what happens when you have 20 of them tied together? That's kind of crazy. But when I look at the improvements that we're seeing in research, there's an order of magnitude improvement on the speed of these models coming from various research that's going to be released in the next few months. And that's crazy. And I can give the example of Stable Diffusion as an example of that. So when SDXL was released last summer, we could generate one image in 20 seconds. Now with the latest hardware chips and with the optimizations, we're up to 300 images per second from 20 seconds for an image. So if you use Stream Diffusion or SD Fast, you can already get 200 images a second on a 4090. And again, it was 20 seconds an image. These models are still even not optimized. So 94% of the data in SDXL is not used 99.999% of the time. And again, this is where you can look at something like Microsoft's FI paper. Textbooks are all you need to show that probably of the trillions of tokens that go into these large models, 99% of them are not used. So what happens when you shear it down, when you optimize? You've got huge orders of magnitude optimization coming through from here. And this is why we see like something like Starlin 7B, which is a 7 billion parameter model, match GPT 3.5. Now, GPT-4 hasn't been beaten yet across the board. You are seeing it in certain areas like Cohere's Command R+ model or Mixtral's new model, etc. But it will be. And again, the cost of training that model will be 10, 100 times less in the next few years. And then you'll have models that fit on existing hardware that can spread and be coordinated. And those will, of course, be more capable than the very large models because you break down tasks and then you execute them and you have chain of thought reasoning with specialized models, with RAG, with embeddings, with all sorts of other things to achieve real knowledge-based work. So that's why I think that we shouldn't get too stuck in thinking, well, you need giant compute and GPT-4 level models, there'll never be improvements. You're seeing them today. And again, like I said, just try something like Stable LM 2. It'll run on your MacBook, beat Llama 70B, and it's even not optimized. It's just, again, one of our models as a relatively small company that we did. Anyone can do that.
All right, thank you for answering the questions. And I'd like to take some questions from the audience, and they send me through the QR code and Slido. So the first question is that back when you're in Stability AI, the bias of the Stable Diffusion model, there's a point that people are pointing out that it's following all the distribution of the training data. So the definition of fairness is different by the country, culture, and every person. So what should be our goal endpoint for device and research for the fairness? So what should we look for?
Yeah, I think that, again, models are representative of their underlying data set, and there's no data set transparency unless you've got something like the original Stable Diffusion. But we have mechanisms and techniques that people can now use to adjust it. So if you look at our Japan team, we released Japanese Stable Diffusion, where we have salary man, it's not a happy man, it's a sad man, right? Or if you type in a woman, it gives you a Japanese woman versus a non-Japanese woman. And that's just from changing the text encoder. And so that was a relatively straightforward thing. But I believe that every country should have its own multimodal, high-quality data sets as national infrastructure, because that makes it much easier to provide both proprietary model makers and to adapt open models to reflect their own culture's biases of a generalized country and then subsets of that country. If you don't have the data provided, then it becomes incredibly difficult to do things like that. And if we have standards around that data, it will enable a reduction in bias, an increase in fairness, an increase in representativeness as well. And also, I believe it's safer when you have more diverse data sets like that. And again, that's one of the big things I'm pushing with my new endeavor. So I think the sooner we get that, the safer, less biased the world will be.
Yeah, so in short, the data set is important, right?
Yeah, we have to make them available, but then also, like I said, there are mechanisms for adapting it. So you can take Stable Diffusion and you can have a Korean language encoder that will then adapt it to more Korean sensibilities. And again, look at the Japanese Stable Diffusion release that the Japan team at Stability did for an example of how to do that. And then that means it's a much better Stable Diffusion for everyone in Korea. But let's multiply that by 100 countries. So as models come out that are very high quality, they can then be adapted to the needs of each country incredibly quickly, leveraging open data sets that are provided as infrastructure by all these countries.
All right, thank you so much. So moving on to next question is that to make a fair governance over the, to make an influence over the fair governance on AI data, you have to have like huge scale of finance and high quality model and high functioning model, and you have to gain the fame from your industry. So there's a dilemma. So how should like small scale startups or small scale models or small less financed models should do, and what should we do for what should we take as a direction?
Yeah, I mean, look, that's why I quit, right? So
that's the whole point of decentralized AI, right?
Well, yeah, I think that the fact is that there's no one kind of pushing for helping the smaller companies with the data sets and a route to that. So again, a key part of this is ecosystem support on safety, governance, and more. Because I created a company that raised lots of money and had 300 million downloads, and we had state-of-the-art models in every modality. You know, so that's one of the reasons that I've taken the step to go and try and help the people doing the right things get out there and have the influence and the impact that they might want, because otherwise it's just a few companies that have these very large models that will influence the governance and decisions and more going forward. So again, that will be part of the announcements coming in the next few weeks. You know, how do we help have more representation in this discussion and get the good technologies and decisions around governance and safety out there from a non-governmental source, but that's still one that's very aligned.
Yeah, I'll look forward to what you're coming up with. Okay, and also someone asked that they agree with the importance of governance, and there has been last few years of blockchain hurricane, and a lot of like crypto things, many projects had built their governments, but their result wasn't that great. The development of modern democracy and was based on the theories, a lot of theories of modern people, and it has been changed. So online governance should be more than complicated. Do you have any new ideas on this part?
Yeah, I think that 99% of Web3 is rubbish, you know, and they're bootstrapping economic incentives before trying to build real value. But there is the 1 to 10% that is good, and lots of mistakes were made, right? And so I think it isn't just online governance, and it's not just of the masses. I think you need to physically have teams in every country representing those countries, and you need to have an interaction with real-world use cases and impacts. Again, if you're going to have something that impacts the governance of a data set that impacts education, you need to work with education ministries. You need to work with teachers and real people as well. And so I think that we need to have a hybrid of existing mechanisms and new mechanisms, learning from the mistakes, to just focus firstly on transparency, and then the question, who should decide the data sets that feed the education models that teach the children of Korea or Indonesia or Bangladesh? And let's have that discussion in the open, because it's a very important one, because that will have a lot of impact on the future of the next generation, for example. And if we can have some standards around that, even better. But let's also build those data sets as quickly as possible in a verifiable way, in a justifiable way, that you can also see how they go into these models. And push for model transparency on data, because that's probably the biggest thing that we can do for safety.
All right. Follow-up question is that someone says, Mr. Jung-Jun Kim says, I agree that data set is really important on the AI governance, but the problem is that if the property of the data set is decided amongst the voting and choose by multiple people, so can it be some specific group or some specific country or some specific party will bring into their directions to overrule the data sets? Can this be possible? I want to know about your thoughts on this.
No, of course. But, that's why the data sets need to be dynamic and transparent as well. And the process for deciding the data that goes into models needs to be transparent. Again, I would urge everyone to look, for example, at the Anthropic sleeper agent paper, showing how effective data set poisoning can be. And this is why we need to have really open, high-quality data sets and good governance around that. And what that looks like isn't direct, just random internet strangers voting on it. It is actually, proper people deciding what should go in, just as we have proper people deciding on the curriculum that teaches our children and our university students. But let's, take the chance to really think through this and do it properly. And so again, I believe it will be a representative democracy type system, but even the system itself can be discussed and debated and put in place in public and then just implemented, not on a required basis around the world, but just by groups doing it in every country to represent their own country's culture, which then makes it easier to build a Korean stable diffusion or an Indonesian kind of code model or legal model or something like that. But again, doing this in the open, I think, is the best way, because then the biases are clear and the influence and decisions are clear, because otherwise you don't know why something has been left out of a model that is being used for every important thing in your life. There's no transparency around it. These are black boxes, which shouldn't be the case for anything that impacts real-world lives, and decision-making.
All right, thank you so much. And the next question from the audience is that today the AI safety issue about large language models were discussed mainly. Since you're the godfather of stable diffusion, do you think is there any other prospect or other perspective for AI safety on the multimodal or image model industry additionally?
Yeah, image stable diffusion 3 is an amazing model, which with optimization, again, will run faster than real time, and video and other things can be generated from it. It's a multimodal diffusion transformer architecture. Look at stable audio, which can generate 3-minute long songs. If we decided to train on all the Billboard's top 50 songs like everyone else, or K-pop, etc., it can actually generate full songs just straight out in 10 seconds and 3 minutes long, which is crazy. I think that on the safety side for image and deep fakes and things like that, there are definitely additional research needs to be done on detection to prevent fake news and other things. But probably the modality that I think is the most dangerous is speech. So we have speech AI people in my family, and we had text description to speech, a speech model that was state-of-the-art that we chose not to release, because speech is very, very dangerous. And it's not just dangerous because, you can fake me saying all sorts of stuff, although I say all sorts of stuff anyway. It's dangerous because what happens when you can take the most effective speakers in the world and then transform my voice to the most impactful, effective voice in the world that's incredibly persuasive, and that just oozes charisma and other things like that. We're not sure what the impact of that is on the human brain. And you will see the impact of charismatic leaders and excellent delivery upon the hearts of people. And so that would be one of my key concerns. I don't think any discussion is going on with AI safety, because if you look at a mechanism for impacting society, speech by dictators has been a key one, and now you can do that personalized at scale. On the other side, if you look at any potential AI takeover or any of these takeoff scenarios, the primary way by which that would happen would probably be speech taking over our existing organizations from the top, and that's something very difficult to mitigate against. So I don't think enough research has been done into that. And again, let's put aside the deep fake speech, although you should all have a passcode with your families and loved ones, because you can clone your voice in 10 seconds and someone could call them and say, I'm in trouble, this is Emad, send me £1 million because I need whatever. And that's something that can be scaled, and we'll see these deepfake attacks increase. One of my key worries on the multimodal side is in this superhuman speech that's incredibly persuasive and personalized for political and other ends. And again, we need to be wary and put more research and standards around that, because speech technology is proliferating, and it really doesn't require much to train a state-of-the-art speech model right now.
All right, thank you so much. And this is the final question of today. I know decentralizing is up against the centralizing or global governance or something. So what's your perspective on the need for regulations in AI? And since EU AI Act is going on and White House is making their own executive orders and so on. So how it should be structured to foster innovation while ensuring safety? So what's your thought about regulations?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking the only AI CEO apart from Elon that signed the 6-month pause letter, and I gave input onto the EU AI Act, the White House, and other legislation as well. I'm supportive of regulation. I think that ultimately the reason for regulation is because these things are impacting real lives, right? And we need to have a say. If you believe in AGI, then AGI, as they say, it ends democracy, capitalism, and could kill us all. Yeah, damn right, I want to have a say. And I think that beyond that, when you look at these things, there should be regulation around the inputs of these models. And again, that's one of the things I wanted to shine a highlight on. Stable Diffusion 3, we had 1 billion images opted out. We're the only company that opts out images. How crazy is that? Whereas we're using these models that are trained on junk, and we don't know what's inside them with decisions made undemocratically, that's wrong. Let's bring in good regulation, but I think, again, data sets should be something that should be focused on here, that perhaps haven't, versus the downstream things. I think that we should realize that these models are actually capable of being trained by not just the largest companies, and again, look at Stability AI for an example of that. State-of-the-art models across every modality, except for very large language, but even our new stable LLM model performs at Mixtral level. And that's only on 12 billion parameters. People can train these models themselves. Countries can train these models themselves. They don't need to be scared and beholden to the large companies. And the way that you do that in a way that fosters innovation is to realize these models are not infrastructure, but they should be. So there is a government imperative not only to regulate, but also provide the tools that are needed, from compute to education, training, to creating incredibly high-quality data sets that represent your people, that represent your curriculum, that represent your law, accounting, health, and more, that can then be used by the smaller companies to stoke innovation and create models according to standards that are highly competent and usable and safe. And so I think, we're at a very crucial time right now whereby we can either scale up the non-governed AI, or we can introduce great standards around decentralization, distribution, governance, etc. And I'm hopeful that we'll do it for a positive future for everyone by having the transparency, auditability, and interpretability that we need around this, as well as making sure that the benefits of this technology are as widely distributed as possible.
All right, thank you so much, Emad. It was a great talk, and I'm rooting for your new venture, and I look forward to what you're up to, and I hope you can visit Korea sometime. Thank you so much.
I look forward to it.
Have a good day. Bye.
Bye.
네, 와, 긴 시간 동안
So you've had very meaningful discussions. Thank you so much. So we've had Mr. Emad Mostak, the former CEO of Stability, and he have joined online. And around the topic of AI safety, they've had a discussion. So thank you, Mr. Hwang Min-young, for being here for the discussion. And we've had many questions entered in through QR codes, and thank you so much for answering to all of those questions from Korea. So we're gonna continue on the fireside chat, so please focus. Let's stay tuned for the next session. We have very amazing speaker here. We have the CEO of Cohere. We have Mr. Aiden Gomez here with us. So he's joining from online, and he's going to have very nice discussions here. So we have Mr. Hwang Min-young, the Vice President of Select Star here. So he's going to discuss. So please give a big round of applause.
Hey, Aiden, can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, I can.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me? Is it coming through?
The sound is too small. 소리가 너무 작은데. All right, thank you for being here and thank you for sharing your time.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
지금 잘 안 들리거든요, 제 입장에서. 네. Yeah, there has been a little bit technical difficulties on the sound, so just bear it for a little bit moment. So yeah, thank you so much for your time and thank you for being here, and I appreciate it. And people in Korea doesn't know really that much about what Cohere does and how Cohere is different from other LLM builders. So can you introduce yourself and introduce Cohere to Korean audience?
Yeah, of course. So Cohere is a foundation model builder. We build large language models. What makes us different from some of the other guys is that we're independent and that we're available on all clouds. So we're not just on one of the clouds, but we're on all of them. We focus a lot on RAG, retrieval augmented generation, which is this idea of you want to connect the large language model to external data. So you have internal emails or knowledge or customer records, and the model can interface with it and use it as part of its responses. We're also very focused on multilingual, and Korean is one of those languages. So yeah, we're focused on building a platform for LLMs focused on enterprise.
Yeah, so you're mainly focusing on the smaller enterprises, or what kind of enterprise models do you prefer, and how could South Korean AI community get benefit from Cohere? What kind of company can get benefit from you guys?
Yeah, so all sizes, whether you're a student that is trying to build a startup or a project in school, or you're one of the largest enterprises on the planet, we're going to serve whoever wants to use us. You can sign up and use us. You can deploy us privately inside your cloud. In terms of how people can best make use of it, I think with the releases that we've been putting out recently, the most recent one was yesterday. The new Command R models, they're very, very good at multilingual, and they're quite good at Korean in particular. And so we're really excited to see what the Korean-speaking community builds with it. We think that this technology is going to have a huge impact on productivity, the types of product experiences that you can build, and we want it to work for everyone in their native language. So I'm really excited to get feedback from the Korean community in terms of where it works, where it breaks, what we need to improve on in the next version. So please do give us that feedback.
Yeah, sure thing. So I'll also try to use your platform, and also yesterday we had a huge event with more than 500 people doing red teaming a lot of Korean LLM models. So maybe next time you can join us and we can do the red teaming and give you some feedbacks.
I'd love that. I'd love that. That's awesome.
All right. So before moving on to our next questions, I'd like to let the audience know that you guys can ask questions using QR code. So please QR 코드 왼쪽 화면에 띄워주시면은 네, QR 코드를 통해서 네, 질문을 남기실 수 있음을 알려드리고 싶습니다. All right. So since this is AI safety conference, I'd like to move on to the next question and ask you about the balance between innovation and safety. How does Cohere balance the rapid innovation in AI technology with the need for AI safety and ethical considerations? So especially in developing LLMs. So how do you do with AI safety features and what do you do with it?
Yeah, so I mean, the technology is a very powerful one. It's a very general one. So there's lots of opportunity for misuse. I personally think that the benefits dramatically outweigh the risk and that this is going to be a profound good for the world. But of course, there are negative applications. There's applications that could hurt people, either done intentionally, right? Like, for instance, influencing political discussion online with bots to sort of astroturf or to project your ideas. And then there are ways that it could hurt people accidentally. If people think that the technology is more capable or more powerful than it actually is, they might deploy it in ways that it's not yet ready for and accidentally end up hurting people. And so I think at Cohere, we're fortunate in that we're very focused on enterprise. And so we get to work very closely with the customers who are building with our technology. And we have an opportunity to work with them and influence their decision making. So we talk to them about how they want to deploy it, the sorts of safety checks they need in place to make sure that the model is behaving well. And we have terms of use which prohibit certain activities. For instance, you can't impersonate a person. You can't pretend that a application or that a bot built with Cohere is an actual human. So we try to prevent misuse by educating, by actually working with the customer, as well as on a policy level, just not letting people use our services if they want to build something that we're not okay with. On the technical level, we're constantly trying to improve. So we're training these models to avoid topics or conversations that we don't want them to engage in. We're training these models to be less toxic, to be less biased, and filtering data to prevent that. So there's a lot of different levels at which we intervene. I would say one thing I want to express is that people are very scared of doomsday, like X risk, the world blows up, these models make humanity extinct or something like that. I don't really subscribe to that. I don't see that future as plausible. I understand why people are scared about that, right? Because we had science fiction stories since before computers existed about robots and machines taking over. And so it's been a very present part of our culture, the fear of robots. But I don't think that that's actually reality. Those are stories, and I understand why they're salient narratives. But I think too much of the public discussion, too much of the focus is being put on the big, scary doomsday scenarios, and not enough are being placed on much more specific ones, like what happens if we too early, without the right checks, start letting models prescribe drugs to people and it kills a bunch of people. Those sorts of more banal or simple risks, I think actually carry the majority of the weight in terms of how this technology could go wrong. But the conversation is very focused on a different set of risks.
So you think we should accelerate a little bit more faster to even ensure the safety of the AI, to accelerate the technology of the AI. Is that your point of view?
I mean, I definitely think that we should continue to move fast, but I think there's very good reason for caution and thoughtfulness. I just don't think that we're going to move so fast that there's going to be some catastrophe. I think that it's much more likely that things go well and that we're able to mitigate the more near-term risks that are very, very present.
I see. So while mentioning, I think this natural, smoothly transitions to next question. So for the global AI policy and regulation, so as the technology evolves, what's your point of view on global landscape of AI governance and regulation? Since EU AI Act is a thing now, and many countries are thinking about how we should regulate those AI. So because, as you might say, because we are scared, either we are scared or either we want to make it safe. There are lots of talk on regulation going on. So what's your point of view on that?
Yeah, I think in general, good regulation is amazing. Like, it's a very good thing for the world. Even for my customers who are enterprises, they want regulation so that they know what they can do. In an environment of uncertainty, it's very risky, right? Like, they don't know what they can do, what they can't do. They don't know where the guardrails are. And so good regulation lets people have clarity and lets them move fast within the bounds of the law. So in general, I'm super supportive of regulation. I am nervous that we will over-regulate, because typically over-regulation, what it does is it kills the little guy. The big enterprises, the existing incumbents in a market, big tech, they're the ones who are equipped to navigate extremely expensive, onerous over-regulation, and the startups can't. And so you entrench oligopolies, you entrench monopolies, and you basically hand all the value to the existing players. So I think for policymakers, there's a very, very delicate balance to be struck, and they need to understand the consequence of the decisions that are currently being made around policy. The most salient example is if you're going to implement fines, a $100 million fine would wipe a startup off the face of the planet. But it would be like, 30 minutes of revenue for one of the big guys. So it doesn't even matter. And so that sort of disproportionate consequence to regulation needs to be protected against. We need to make sure that we foster innovation and that we ensure that startups can continue to grow and thrive.
Yeah, so I agree with your point that the regulation should be considered a lot, but at the same time, we have to think about the consequences. Okay, so now switching gears and going back to Cohere again. So how has Cohere's commitment to maintaining independence influenced its growth strategy and approach to partnerships? So particularly in the context of AI safety, can you tell us more?
I think our independence relative to AI strategy, I don't think it has that much of an...
AI safety.
AI safety. I don't think it has that much of an influence over our safety roadmap. We always want to make these models safe, and because we focus on enterprises, we feel like we're actually in a easier position than some of our competitors, because we talk to the people who are buying our product, and so we can influence and have a lot more visibility into the sorts of applications. But I think our decision to stay independent has meant we have to scale through our partners. And so we've sewn partnerships with folks like McKinsey, Accenture, Oracle, Microsoft, AWS. And so we really have focused on, we're a small startup. There's no way that we can get this technology out into the world by ourselves. And so we need world-class, very experienced, very large-scale partners to help us take this to market. And so that's been our strategy. I guess as part of that, safety is always a conversation. So especially in enterprises, the executives inside enterprises are very, very risk conscious and aware. And so they're concerned about safety, and that means that we need to be able to come to them and explain to them, here's what Cohere does about it, here's what you guys need to be doing, here's how to think about the problem, the different failure modes, for your application. Maybe they're in healthcare. In healthcare, there's tons of places where you don't want to let the model make decisions by itself. You need human oversight. You need to make sure that anything the model recommends is confirmed by a domain expert. So we come in and we try to educate and support those enterprises and our partners in answering those questions and building the necessary tooling to ensure safe deployment.
While you're answering my last questions, you mentioned about making partnership with other companies, but whilst staying independent, how does this partnership works? I don't see it's going to be investment-based partnerships. So how do you partner with your partners?
Yeah. So no major investment. So something that's happening a lot right now is the cloud providers are giving money to a company for that company to then buy their product. And so we haven't done anything like that. We think that it's bad business, and we don't want to pursue that as a strategy for fundraising for Cohere. So we've been pretty dogmatic about that, but we can still partner with enterprises. So we do large go-to-market partnerships, enablement, training, and we supply the technology, and our partners supply the sales teams and the go-to-market teams to help us actually get this into the hands of enterprises.
All right, thank you so much. So now we want to move on to audience questions. I'd like to inform you guys that you can always log on to this QR code and ask questions to Aidan. So first audience question from Yujung Leslie Choi. So to guardrail the language model to be trustworthy, would it be better to A, teach the model with hate speech and block it, or B, prevent the hate speech from the training data? What do you think?
Yeah, that's a super interesting technical question. We used to do the latter. So we used to filter out all toxic data. We would catch it before it was seen in training. But that actually is a really hard problem. You can never fully filter out toxic data. And so we thought we were, but in fact, there were spelling mistakes, or there was, some data that slipped through. And it made the model less safe and less useful. So what we do now is there's a little bit of filtration. We do filter certain things a priori, but mostly we let everything in. And then in the post-training phase, after you've trained the model to a large extent, we then apply our safety filtering and training and RL on top to make sure that the model doesn't engage in conversations that we don't want it to engage in. And it's actually important that it's seen that data, or else it doesn't understand what we're asking it not to talk about. If it hasn't seen that data, it doesn't really know what you're talking, like, don't talk about this, but it's never seen this. And so it's actually quite willing to talk about it and discuss it. So it has to see it in order to understand that it shouldn't engage in it. So yeah, right now we're pursuing the strategy where we train on everything, and then we teach the model not to engage in discussion of that content.
All right. You summarized your question as well. So next question is that Cohere publishes an open source LLM models in general. What do you foresee as the anticipated risks associated with an open source LLM?
So we don't open source our models. We release the weights openly, but they're non-commercial use. So you can't push them into commercial applications, but you can use them for research and that sort of thing. In terms of the risks, we spend a lot of time, up until 2 months ago, we didn't release any of our models. And so we spent a lot of time in the camp of we shouldn't release these models. It might be dangerous to Cohere's business because people could steal it and not pay us. It might be risky if, folks who are maybe bad actors get access to the technology and try to use it. Increasingly, it seems like this technology is going to reach market. It's going to be open sourced. It's going to be put out into the world. And when we actually look at what the fallout from that has been in the past 3 or 4 years, there's been very little harm caused. There's been a lot of good. Like folks have been able to do fantastic research using open source models. They've been able to build startups and new tools. But the downsides have actually been quite constrained and limited. And so we've started to shift our thinking into, we need to protect our business. We need to be able to build a healthy, functioning business so that we continue to exist and can release future models. So we're not going to give our technology away for free. But we do want to support the ecosystem of developers and researchers. And so the best thing we can do is put these weights out there, let people build on top of them, and do it in a way that doesn't compromise Cohere's economic future.
Yeah, thank you for answering. The next question is from Jung-Jun Kim, and it's interesting. So recently, we released Command R model, and you made it obvious that RAG, a specialized model, has a lot of possibilities. And what's the next step for Cohere? So RAG is known to the industry really well, and we want to know what you want to focus on in the next step.
Yeah, so I think RAG is one example of tool use. It's just one tool, like a search engine or a database is one tool. A big focus for us in Command R Plus was tool use in general. So you can plug in a Python IDE, you can plug in a calculator, a CRM, whatever tool you want to plug in, you can hand it to the model and the model can start to learn how to use it to solve problems and do stuff. So that's been a big priority for us. I think the next step is improving that functionality, making it much more robust, because right now it's quite brittle. It breaks easily, it makes mistakes, and it doesn't know how to recover from those mistakes. And so we want to make that much more accurate, much more robust. The other thing is starting to think about agent-like behavior, or what we call multi-hop tool use. So this is when the model is using many tools, and it's combining them, and it's able to come up with a plan of how to use tools to solve a problem, and then execute that plan. And it might fail, right? Like it might get through a step in this plan and make a mistake, but it will notice that it made a mistake, fix its mistake, and then keep going. And so this idea of agenthood or multi-hop tool use is something that is very general and will unlock a lot of new value potential in terms of automating things that are complex, require reasoning, require potentially multiple attempts to get right. It'll just let the developers using Cohere build tools that are capable of doing much more sophisticated, complex, valuable things.
All right. So regarding letting many developers use Cohere, so recently, some model metrics like benchmark metrics like Blue or Rouge is not that much related to LLM. There's research saying that there's not much relations with the LLM with Blue or Rouge. So how do Cohere measure the AI's performance, LLM's performance, besides the human evaluations? How do you evaluate the performance of your AI model? And do you use benchmarks, or do you develop your own benchmarks, or is there any other ways you check your AI models?
Yeah, I mean, with Blue and Rouge, I would say those are more focused on translation, and in that space, they're super useful. We still use them for sure. In general, measuring the capabilities of models, we have a ton of internal data sets. So we have data sets that are private, that we don't share with anyone, that we know our competitors don't have, that we know that we haven't trained on. And those provide us probably the most signal. So coming up with private evaluation data sets, data that only you have, it's not out on the internet, it's like a private eval. I think that's very important. But to be honest, automated evaluations always are worse than human evaluations. For Cohere, the gold standard, like we know a model has improved when we put it in front of humans, we get them to test it, and they tell us that it's better. So we use a lot of human evaluation. We have internal teams that are dedicated towards evaluating these models. And it's people talking to the model, testing it. They might be coders or lawyers or nurses, doctors. And they're actually testing the model's knowledge and then giving it a grade. And so that still is just the best we can do.
Oh, okay. So do you
so
do these kind of evaluations in scale? Like, do you outsource them or do you do it in-house? Like, I don't imagine that there's like one or two lawyers, in-house lawyers can evaluate fully how your model is functioning. So I assume there's a huge team, or do you tend to even outsource it?
Yeah, so we have partners like Scale AI and Invisible, which we partner with them to get access to this sort of talent. But we do also have an in-house team of hundreds of people who do evaluation and data annotation. And we plan on scaling that up quite dramatically, especially as we branch out into multilinguality. So our latest model, it speaks 10 languages, right? Korean is one of them. And so the way that we know that it's good enough or getting good in those languages is we have to find people who that is their native tongue. And they need to interact with it, test it on all of these different things, and tell us where we need to improve. And so, yeah, even in-house, we have a lot of people focused on speaking to these models and improving them. And that group of people is going to get much bigger.
Oh, I see. So to check, to get our reinforced learning from human feedbacks, do you how do you cover the multicultural or multinational safety hazard? Because there's a lot of cultural difference issues are out there, and sometimes this is okay in some culture and this is not okay in some culture, and this is safe in some culture and these words are not safe in some culture. So how do you cope with that, those kind of multinational AI trustworthiness and AI safety?
Yeah, so when we're trying to add a new language to the model, the highest priority for us is getting native speakers to interact with the model and to find sources of data that are representative of that culture and that language. There's another way that you could make the model good at a new language. You could take the data that you already have, let's say in English, right? Take the data in English and just apply automatic translation to, Korean or whatever other language. That's very problematic, right? Because you're taking one cultural domain and you're just trying to map it into another one and say that it works. It doesn't work, like you say. You start losing out on information. You don't actually learn the culture or the nuances, and so it makes for like a bad experience for users in that language. So we've been quite conscious of that. Sebastian Ruder leads our multilingual efforts, and he's been working in the space for ages now. He's very well known. And so we're very proud of our strategy for improving in multilingual, which is actually getting data that's representative of the culture. The other side is customizability. And so customizing these models to be adaptable to different domains or settings. It's not even necessarily between cultures. It could also be between use cases or applications of the technology. For instance, a chatbot in, let's say, gaming. You're going to be talking about guns and bombs or whatever is happening in the game, which you might not want to be chatting about if you're like a car sales chatbot. And so you need to be able to contextualize these models into their deployment scenarios. And so we invest a lot in making our models able to flip into those contexts. And it's similar with cultural values and needing to flip into those contexts as well.
All right, thank you so much. I think this is gonna be the last question. And by the way, we are like the Scale AI of Korea. So if you have anything, any data related to Korea needed, we can help you with all the feedbacks as well. And
let's talk.
Yeah. And the last question is that how do you see the Korean market, South Korean market, and how do you have anything you want to say to the Korean audience as the final quote from you?
Yeah, well, that's a lot of pressure. I mean, what do I think about the South Korean market? I think it's amazing. You guys have created incredible tech companies and technology in general. I really want to contribute. I hope that our models are useful. I really want people to test them, let us know where they fail, where they're weak, how we can improve. We want to build something that's useful for the market, and we want to give Korea the most powerful technology we can. I'm sure you're already developing loads of your own models, and I'm sure they're fantastic and way better than Cohere. But hopefully we can be like a viable alternative, and we can build a platform that's useful for you to build new experiences. So we really want to get better at Korean, and we really want to contribute to the market. So please use our stuff and test it out and tell us how we can improve. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate your being here virtually. But we hope someday you come to Korea in person, and we can have further discussions on AI safety. Thank you so much, Aiden.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the last fireside discussion. We had the CEO of Cohere, Aiden Gomez, and the Vice President of Select Star, Mr. Hwang Min Young. So we've had a very amazing fireside chat. So thank you for paying attention, and thank you, Aiden, for being here. And I hope that you can actually come to Korea and meet face-to-face in conferences. So we were able to hear the model from Cohere, and Aiden had answered to many of the questions. So thank you so much for your time. So I hope we can meet you in person. So this is the end of the conference that we have prepared. Thank you everyone for joining our conference, and we've had very meaningful sessions from morning to afternoon. So I hope you've all had really great time. And this, I'd like to send my appreciation to audience joining from online. So we will clear the room, and right now it's 4:32, and we will have a break for 5 minutes. And we've had the Gen AI Red Team Challenge, and we will have the award ceremony of yesterday's event. And I'd like to tell you, after the award ceremony, we also have the lucky draw. So please be here. So please stay tuned and stay with us until the very end of this event. So we will have a break for 5 minutes, and we will resume at 4:37 with the award ceremony. Thank you. So we would like to begin the award ceremony. So everyone, please be seated. So you have all awaited for so long. So thank you everyone for waiting. Gen AI Red Team Challenge. So we've had 4 times of attack times and we've had some break times, and we did a full day event, and we would like to begin the award ceremony. So we have the awards from the Ministry of Science and ICT, and also Telecommunications Technology Association, Naver, SK Telecom Select Star, and the award from the Ministry of Science and ICT will be given 5 million Korean won, and the other awards are given 3 million Korean won. And regarding the result, let me tell you. So we have Director Kim Jun-ho from the Telecommunications Technology Association, who will be briefing on the Gen AI Red Team Challenge that was held yesterday. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Kwak Jun-ho from TTA. Nice to meet you, everyone. So today I'm not the key person, so I'm just going to mention very briefly, and I'm just going to show you the summary. So it was held yesterday for 4 hours, and we've had very many participants who have attacked and who have joined in the challenge. So let me tell you the result. So we had about 1,084 participants, but actually 700 participants joined offline. So we are still counting the actual number, so we're gonna give you analysis afterwards. This is very